Chapter 11 of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Battle of Castelfiardo and the Fall of Ancona. Ho, maidens of Vienna! Ho, matrons of Lucerne! Weep, weep, and rend your hair for those who never shall return. Ho, Philip, send for charity thy Mexican pistoles, that Antwerp monks may sing a mass for thy poor spearmen's souls. Macaulay. There were 33,000 men in the Italian army that crossed the Papal border, vowed like the Frenchmen at Ivry to deliver their countrymen from foreigners brought in by priests. Lamoriciere, who had only half his opponent's numbers, could not hope to win unaided, but he might prolong the defence until France or Austria came to the rescue of the Pope. He held all the fortresses in Umbria and the Marches, including the formidable defences of Ancona. The task imposed on the northern Italian army by Cavour was to destroy Lamoriciere, to take Ancona, and to reach Naples all within a few weeks, under penalty of Austrian attack upon Italy's rear. It was a race against time. General Fanti, the Italian commander-in-chief, one of his two corps under Cialdini, crossed the Rubicon, whence Garibaldi had been recalled 10 months before, and made straight along the Adriatic coast towards Ancona, capturing on his way the papal fortress of Pesaro and Fano with their small garrisons. The other corps under General Della Rocca, accompanied by Fanti himself, entered Umbria by the upper Tiber valley at the point where Garibaldi long ago had crossed in his flight with Anita and the remains of the army of the Roman Republic. From Borgo San Sepolcro the deliverers followed down the poplared banks of the river amid the blessings of the Umbrian peasants, until they reached the foot of the hill on which Perugia stands. The slaughter penetrated there in June 1859 by papal troops under Schmidt, was now avenged by the liberation of the city and the capture of the foreign bully and his 1,500 men, after a sharp fight at the Sant' Antonio gate. Della Rocca sent Schmidt away by night under an escort, lest the Perugini should effect their purpose of tearing him to pieces. From Perugia a detachment under General Brignone was sent to capture the garrison of Spoleto. The town was not defensible, but the Rocca, or medieval castle on the hill above, was in good repair. It contained a Monsignor, the clerical governor of the district, and a garrison of 800, of whom 300 Irish and a few score Franco-Belgians were the fighting elements. The castle could, however, be commanded by the artillery and riflemen whom Brignone sent to occupy the wooded mountain on the other side of the gorge, beyond the Lombard aqueduct. For 12 hours of September 17th, the North Italians bombarded the Rocca of Spoleto, and in the afternoon attempted to storm its gate. Almost all the small column of assault were killed or wounded, both Irish and Northern Italians. Here, as a few weeks later at Ancona, displayed the ferocious self-sacrifice of men fighting for ideas. The assault was repulsed for that day, but when night fell the castle was crumbling beneath the bombardment, the ammunition was running out, and the Swiss and Italian Populists compelled Major O'Reilly and the boys to open the gates. There is all history's profoundest irony and pathos in this tussle for an old fort in a gash of the wind-grieved Apennine. What quarrel lay between the Piedmontese and the men of Munster that they should have come together in this place of all others to carve each other honourably into mutton? Or what did it profit the peasant of Connaught as he dug his potatoes and paid his rack rent, that the vine-dressers of Umbria should remain enslaved and without fatherland? It is a strange thing, this crossing of sea and land by these Irish, to die for a Monsignor Governor of Spoleto, bade in the last lair of his tyranny. It was to this that generations of England's greatest warriors and statesmen had brought it in their Protestant zeal. Thus does religious bigotry everywhere defeat its own end. Cromwell had planted the Pope's power firm and broad in Ireland, but Gregory XVI and Pio IX had destroyed it in Italy. Meanwhile, Lamoriciere, knowing that his field force could not give battle on equal terms, either to Fanti in Umbria or to Cialdini in the Marches, had determined to shut himself up in Ancona. His arrival there with his whole army would strengthen and encourage the garrison to hold out until Austria or France should come to the rescue. This plan might well have succeeded had a less enterprising general been in command of the North Italian column on the Adriatic coast. But Cialdini was not called the Garibaldi of the regular army for nothing. As soon as he heard that Lamoriciere was moving eastwards by Tolentino and Macerata, he knew that the issue of the campaign lay no longer in Fanti's hands, but in his own, and would depend on the rapidity with which he could throw himself across Lamoriciere's path to Ancona. He did not proceed any further along the coast to Ancona, because he feared to be caught under its walls between the formidable garrison within and Lamoriciere coming from without. He decided to go round inland by Jesi and Osimo, and stop Lamoriciere near Loreto, and he was there obliged to make great demands on the speed and endurance of his men. 2 battalions of the Bersaglieri, trained to the quick, springy step that distinguishes their corps, led the way in a forced march by Jesi to Osimo, and thence on to Castelfidardo and Crocette, which the vanguard entered on September 16th, prostrated with heat, hunger, and exhaustion. If the enemy had been able to attack them that evening, they would scarcely have had the physical strength to defend themselves. But Lamoriciere was only beginning to arrive with half his force in Loreto, 3 miles away on the other side of the Musone valley. His men, though they had not marched so fast as the Bersaglieri, were almost as much exhausted, and the other half of his army under Pimodan was not due until the next day. On the 17th Pimodan came up, but too late for any united movement before nightfall. Cialdini's troops had now all arrived on the scene. And so on the morning of September 18th, the two armies were still watching each other from the hills on either side of the Musone valley. Both had rested well and recovered from the exhaustion of their forced marches. The best that Lamoriciere could now aspire to do was to creep into Ancona by the track along the coast, at the expense of his baggage and probably some part of his army. He no longer hoped to march in by the high road through Camerano, for the North Italians were planted across it, 16,500 strong to his 6,500. Cialdini, who was holding the line of hills from Osimo to Crocette, had not continued his line across the low ground between Monte d'Oro and the sea, because he had been erroneously informed by his staff officers that the Musone was unfordable in its lower course near its junction with the Aspio. This fault in Cialdini's dispositions, if such it was, though it seemed to give Lamoriciere a chance of slipping past into Ancona, proved in effect the snare that lured him to destruction. Early on the morning of September 16th, Cialdini awoke in Castelfidardo, fully expecting to be attacked by way of the bridge and the high road. At dawn he visited the troops at Crocette, and put all in preparation for defence. With a beating heart he watched the sun suck up the mists out of the Musone valley, hoping that when the bottom was clear, Lamoriciere's columns would be revealed in the act of crossing. But the valley was empty. The enemy were still on the hills above. After giving orders for his men to pile arms and breakfast, he rode back to Castelfidardo, saying to his staff that after all there would be no battle that day. But meanwhile in Loreto, the Crusaders, gathered together under the dome of the huge Church of the Pilgrims, were kneeling round the famous shrine in the centre of the building, the Virgin's house, which, as many of them believed, had been carried in the hands of angels from Palestine to Italy. They were preparing in a very sober mood for a desperate service. Pimodan's force, 3,000 strong, was to cross the ford which had escaped the knowledge of Cialdini's staff, storm the Monte d'Oro, and hold Crocette for a few hours, so as to enable the rest of the army to hurry along the coast to Ancona. More than an hour after Cialdini had returned to Castelfidardo, The first files of Pimodan's column were seen emerging from the woodlands below Loreto, and making for the banks of the Muson by way of Erinici. The North Italian army was taken by surprise. Various Austrian battalions, another small body of Irish, and the Franco-Belgian Zouaves splashed through the river and fell with all the fury of religious zeal upon two companies of Bersaglieri who had been stationed as outposts in two farms near the river, known as the Lower and Upper House. Some more lukewarm Swiss and native troops followed up across the ford. The Bersaglieri held out in the farms, delaying the advance of the enemy long enough to prevent them from reaching the top of Monte d'Oro before the troops at Crocetta had been brought up to its crest. When the Crusaders, having at length stormed the two farms, began to push for the top of the hill, they were met by rifle volleys from the wood above, while a battery of artillery unlimbered and opened fire on them down the slope. When the first sounds of the distant battle were heard in the streets of Castelfidardo, Cialdini mounted and galloped back along the ridge. He found the 10th line drawn up on top of the Monte d'Oro. "Colonel," he cried, so that all the ranks could hear him, "pile knapsacks and charge with bayonet." In another minute the regiment swept like a wave over the edge of the hill and flowed headlong down the side, bearing before it like foam the gilded youth of royalist salons, mingled in the rout with peasants of Bavaria and of Tyrol. For the next half hour the plain between the upper house and the ford of Muson swarmed with confused masses of Italians, French, Germans, and Irish, trampling hither and thither, bayoneting each other in the frenzy of rage, and firing wildly in every direction. Lamoriciere himself rode into the mêlée, now far beyond the control of a general officer, only to find his gallant lieutenant Pimodan dying in one of the farm buildings. Some of the houses defended to the last by the Papal Zouaves were finally set on fire with lighted straw. Meanwhile, the head of the second column of 3,500 men was drawing near the ford. Cialdini's batteries on the hills above opened fire upon them, firing over the heads of the regiments engaged on the north of the river. This second column, though like Pimodan's it is composed partly of foreigners and partly of Italians, appears to have contained a smaller proportion of good troops. They were first brought to a stand because their own artillery became entangled in the lane along which they were all advancing, and when the round shot came crashing in among them or flying over their heads, when the wounded and the fugitives from the north bank of the river began to stream back past them in terrified crowds, a panic seized the regiments of the rear guard. Before midday the Pope's army, half of which had never fired a shot, was running for dear life to the shelter of the wooded hills, whence they had so recently emerged. Cialdini let loose his lancers upon them. 400 were captured in the valley, and the rest climbed back to St. Mary of Loreto, whose magnificent dome had been in sight of the combatants during all that disastrous morning. Lamoriciere, when he saw the army break up under his eyes, rode off with the staff to find his way into Ancona, taking the coast track by which he had hoped to lead 6,000 men. He was accompanied for 2 miles by a few hundred German-speaking infantry, whose officers had had the presence of mind in the rout to make for the coast instead of retreating by the way they had come. This remnant would have reached Ancona, had not Cialdini seen them from the heights of Crocetta, and sent off the 9th line at a double to go round by Conchio Hill and cut them near Umana. As the Germans were struggling along ankle-deep in the sand beside the blue Adriatic, the Italians appeared over the rocks at a few paces distance, and began to fire into their flank, literally driving them into the sea. The infantry had no choice but to surrender. Lamoriciere and 45 horsemen alone escaped to Ancona, and entered its gates between 5 and 6 in the evening. The garrison, recognizing the general for whom they had been waiting all day, broke out into shouts of joy, and the governor, Quattrobarbis, came down to welcome him. "I am here," he said, "but I have lost the army." There was no more cheering heard that night in Ancona. Meanwhile Cialdini had crossed the valley of the Muson, and accepted the surrender of some 3,000 crusaders around the shrine of Loreto. 2,000 or 3,000 more flung away their arms and dispersed. Most of these latter were natives who now attempted to pass through the countryside, changing their clothes and resuming their real character of Italian peasants. But in the course of the next few days the greater part of them were captured by Cialdini's flying columns. Except the garrison of Ancona and a few small bodies near Rome, the crusaders had been wiped off Italian soil. The utter catastrophe of Castelfidardo within a week after the opening of the campaign acted as a strong deterrent to Austrian designs of interference. But there were still grave reasons for the invaders to take Ancona with the least possible delay. The city was Austria's traditional port of entry into central Italy. Until the year before she had held it with her own troops, and even now it was garrisoned by her veterans, diplomatically disguised as papal soldiers. Its fall would be felt at Vienna as a serious blow. It would be easy, and it was tempting for Austria by use of her fleet to preserve the city from capture, as a preliminary to more active interference. Such at least were the fears entertained at Turin. Napoleon's Faites vite must still be the motto of the campaign. The siege was pushed with energy on the land side. Batteries were placed scientifically in position, and the bombardment began. At the storming of various outer works both sides showed great courage, and Quadrabarbus, the governor of Ancona, was amazed by the zeal of a small body of Irish under his command. But his most vulnerable side was towards the sea. After a week's delay, which the event seemed to prove unnecessary, Persano, on September 28th, ordered his fleet to steam in close to the fortifications of the harbour and blow them to pieces. The order was gallantly executed, and after a severe duel ending with the explosion of a powder magazine in the fortifications of the lighthouse, the defence of Ancona collapsed. On September 29th the formal surrender took place of Lamoriciere, Quadrabarbis, and the whole garrison of 4,000 to 6,000 men. The Pope's generals and soldiers were treated with scrupulous courtesy by their captors, who knew that all over the world jealous eyes were watching for a chance to censure the conduct of the new Italian state. Nothing now stood in the way of the entry of the North Italian army into the Neapolitan kingdom. The province of Abruzzi, contiguous to Umbria and the Marches, had already risen and established a provisional government in the name of Italy, Victor Emmanuel and Garibaldi dictator. The leaders of this provincial rising showed both spirit and sense. Fearing a reactionary movement in the form of anarchy and brigandage, they petitioned Victor Emmanuel towards the end of September to cross the Tronto and annex the Neapolitan kingdom without more delay. Similar addresses reached him from the inhabitants of Naples. These petitions aroused Garibaldi's indignation because they contained sharp criticism of his dictatorship, and even spoke of his friends as a stupid and incorrigible faction. And besides, he still wished the annexation to be postponed, because he had not yet ceased to hope that the military situation on the Volturno would so far change for the better as to enable him to march on Rome. But he never for one moment entertained the idea of resisting the advance of the northern Italian army, even if it were to come sooner than he wished. His horror of civil war between the patriotic parties was one of those simple, fixed ideas that guided his sometimes too impulsive conduct throughout the whole course of his life. Garibaldi's loyalty was soon put to the proof. On September 23rd, Tripoti, who commanded the Garibaldian force at Teramo in Abruzzi, asked for instructions in case the North Italian vanguard appeared on the frontier. Bertani sent back word from Naples, "If the Piedmontese wish to enter, say to them that before you permit it, you must ask instructions from the dictator." Having dispatched this correct reply, the secretary went up to the lines next day to consult Garibaldi, who immediately sent word to Tripoti, "If the Piedmontese enter our territory, receive them like brothers." On September 27th, 2 days before the fall of Ancona, and 4 days before the Battle of the Volturno, Garibaldi issued the following proclamation, characteristically inaccurate and characteristically loyal and generous. Our brothers of the Italian army commanded by the brave General Cialdini are fighting the enemies of Italy and conquering. The army of Lamoriciere has been defeated by these brave men. All the provinces subject to the Pope are free. Ancona is ours. Our brave soldiers of the Northern Army have passed the frontier and are on Neapolitan territory. We shall soon have the good fortune to press these victorious hands. But the North Italian army still had to traverse some 200 miles of road before it could reach Capua. Nearly another month was to pass before they arrived on the scene, and during that month Francis II had still the time, if he had the strength, to cut his way back to Naples over the ruins of Garibaldi's army. If he had succeeded, the moral effect of such a reversal on the public mind in Italy, Austria, and France would have rendered it impossible for Victor Emmanuel to turn him out once more, and European interference would have supervened in one form or another on behalf of a king who had won his way back to the allegiance of his subjects. The fate of Italy still hung on the issue of Garibaldi's defence of his lines before Capua. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The eve of the Volturno. Ti fata onde aquila in agguato, sapia presso il lungi tutto il fume e il piano di vastima pugna incendiato. Maradi, Rhapsodia Garibaldina. Tifata's summit, whence an eagle in an ambush, he watches near and far all the river and the plain, far round ablaze with the fires of war. The military position on the Volturno was in itself an additional inducement to Garibaldi to acquiesce in the coming of Victor Emmanuel. By the middle of September his observations from the summit of Monte Tifata had shown him not only the uselessness for the time being of any attempt on his part to attack Capua, but the grave danger in which his own army would stand if General Ritucci ventured on a counter-attack. In order to distract the enemy's attention from any such design, he sent a few hundred men under the Hungarian Kasvadi to the north bank of the Volturno, with a roving commission to join hands with liberal insurgents anywhere between Cajazzo and Rome. Some bands around Alife and Piedmont had been in arms for 3 weeks past. With their help, Kasvadi was to threaten the line of Ritucci's communications behind Capua, and so prevent him from making a forward move. But Garibaldi had no intention of attempting to hold Cajazzo or any other post north of the river, still less of attacking the walls of Capua. Such was the state of affairs when he was called away on September 16th to pay a political visit to Palermo. The pressing demand of the Sicilians, headed by his own pro-dictator De Pretis, for immediate annexation to Piedmont required his presence. Turr, whom he left in command on the Volturno, ought not to have taken any important new step in his absence, but Turr's fault as a soldier was rashness, as he had shown the year before at Treponti. Finding himself in command for 3 days, he formed the ambitious scheme of occupying and holding Cajazzo, a hill town north of the Volturno, a far more serious undertaking than the irresponsible gyrations of Kasvadi's flying column. In order to distract Ritucci's attention from Cajazzo, Turr made a reconnaissance in force against Capua on September 19th, the day after the battle of Castelfidardo. The reconnaissance procured indeed the unopposed occupation of Cajazzo, but was still itself ill-conducted and disastrous. At dawn, Rusto's Milanese drove the enemy's advance guard into Capua, but then, instead of retiring from before the walls, remained for 2 hours round the railway station and on the open parade ground exposed to the fire of the cannon on the bastions. They retreated after severe losses, and the Bourbon troops sallied out after them from the gate, led on by old General Rosarol, who, though on the retired list, rode to the sound of the firing and headed the advance in gallant style, until he was carried off wounded. Rusto's men made a stand at the cemetery and Capuchino convent and drove the Royalists back to Capua. But the events of September 19th had at least all the appearance of a repulse for the Garibaldini, who had fired at the walls as if they intended to take Capua by a coup de main. Indeed, some of the officers who served that day under Rusto still believed that he was inspired by a secret hope that the gates would be opened to him by treachery, though he never confessed as much. The day cost the Garibaldini 130 in killed and wounded. Meanwhile, the dictator had settled affairs in Sicily. The love the people bore to him overcame their strong desire for annexation and their indifference to his projects on Rome. He had another magnificent popular reception in Palermo on September 17th. He replaced the pro-dictator De Prentis by Mordini, who had hitherto been more opposed to Cavour. But Mordini was a man capable of learning by experience, and although Crispi tried to poison his mind with false rumours of treachery on the part of Cavour, the new ruler of Sicily had by the middle of October discovered the absolute necessity for the immediate annexation of the island to Piedmont. Garibaldi returned to the banks of the Volturno on the afternoon of September 19th, too late for the fighting under the walls of Capua, but in time to join Tours in a duel, which he was carrying on with the enemy's forces on the other side of the river, across the ferry of Formicola. There is no reliable evidence as to what he said to Tours that day, but he afterwards wrote in severe condemnation of his lieutenant for the attack on the walls of Capua and for the occupation of Cajazzo. The events of September 19th, especially the sally of the Bourbon troops under the old General Rosarol, gave self-confidence to those forces, and suggested to them the idea that they might successfully take the offensive on a great scale. That evening the Minister of War at Gaeta sent Ritucci the king's orders to march forward seeking and find and destroy the enemy, at the same time advance on the capital. Ritucci thereupon set before the king a plan for an advance on the capital by the country roads to the east of San Tamaro, which, passing through Arone and Vico, Foresta and Castel di Principe, unite at Naples on the side of Capodimonte. Garibaldi in his memoirs declares that the enemy would in this way have succeeded in reaching Naples if his own force had meanwhile been held in check by false attacks. But the plan was rejected as too dangerous by its author, Ritucci, who opposed as still more rash the frontal attack on Santa Maria and San Angelo, recommended by the royal councillors at Gaeta. All that Ritucci would as yet consent to do was to recover Cajazzo. The dictator made his one military mistake of this year in not withdrawing from Cajazzo the 300 Bolognese under Cattabeni, whom Tours had without his consent placed in that isolated position across the river. Matters were only made worse by the dispatch of another 600 men under Vacchieri. There were now 900 men collected in the hill town to hold it against any force that might come along the high road from Capua. On September 21st, the best regiments in Ritucci's army, the native Cacciatori, with a battery of guns and a reserve of 3 fine Swiss and German regiments, some 7,000 in all, came to retake Cajazzo. After a gallant defence of several hours conducted by Cattabeni, who fell into the enemy's hands severely wounded, the town was stormed, sacked, and burnt by the Bourbon troops. The victors confessed to a loss of over 100. About 250 of the Garibaldini were killed, wounded, or captured, and the Swiss, who took no part in the sack, observed with compassion that many of the wounded were mere boys. 2/3 of the defenders under Vacchieri escaped with difficulty by fording the flooded ferry of Limatola. After the storming of Cajazzo, the Bourbon troops were prepared for any adventure. The spell had so long bound them was well nigh broken, for they had proved that they could defeat the Red Devils, at least where the magician himself was not present. The king's councillors in Gaeta, who had learnt the disastrous news of Castelfidardo, perceived that unless they could at once cut their way back to Naples, their position on the Volturno, however impregnable in front, would be taken in rear by the victorious armies of Piedmont. They therefore overruled Ritucci's objections, and compelled him against his will to lead his troops to the general attack on the enemy's lines. There was one chance left for the House of Bourbon on this earth, and if the attack had been made within 2 or 3 days after the victory of Cajazzo, before Garibaldi had erected his batteries at Santa Maria and Sant'Angelo, and if Ritucci's whole striking force had been directed in one solid mass against those 2 villages, it is difficult to see how it could have failed to succeed. But again, there was the delay of a week, and again there was the division of forces. For both these errors the councillors at Gaeta were responsible. For although they had done well in compelling Ritucci to fight, they spoilt it all by dictating to him a plan of battle of which he rightly disapproved. They were unnecessarily alarmed for the safety of the rear and flank of Ritucci's position, conceiving it to be threatened by the really negligible activities of Cusfati and the liberal bands round Piedmont and Ricca Romana. The council at Gaeta therefore compelled the Master-in-Chief to send great forces under von Mitchell to restore order in that district, and thence to push them on to Amorosi and Ducenta. This not only caused a week's delay, but drew the Royalists on to adopt the false strategy of attacking Garibaldi on 2 sides, not only from Capua by way of Santa Maria and Sant'Angelo, but also from Ducenta by way of Maddaloni. It appears that after the storming of Cajazzo, some of the advisers at Gaeta felt so completely confident of victory and of a submissive reception in Naples, that they were planning rather to make victory complete than to make it secure. Misled by the golden hope of surrounding the enemy's headquarters at Caserta from east and west at once, they took the unnecessary risk of operating on an outer semicircle, of which the 2 ends were not in effective communication. They thus gave to Garibaldi with his smaller force the advantage of acting on the inner ring, or rather along the straight diameter, while their communications ran round the circumference of the semicircle. This advantage he used to the utmost on the day of battle, with the help of the railway line running from Maddaloni through Caserta to Santa Maria. The effect of this plan was to divide the Bourbon army into 2 separate forces, one under Ritucci at Capua, and the other under von Mitchell operating round Ducenta. Von Mitchell, the brave Swiss whose stupidity in May had been one of the chief causes of Garibaldi's capture of Palermo, was nominally under the orders of Ritucci, but he chose to act as if he had an independent command, and left the commander-in-chief without news of him for days together. On the 28th Ritucci in despair rode out from Capua as far as Cajazzo in search of the missing von Mitchell, and finally discovered that he had, on the 26th, advanced southwards from Amorosi through Ducenta as far as the crossroads at Cantinella, and thence had sent out cavalry who located Bixio's force covering Maddaloni near the arches of the valley. Von Mitchell had thereupon retired again as far as Amorosi on September 27th. If he had on that day made a determined assault on Maddaloni, while Ritucci in concert sallied out in force from Capua against Santa Maria, they would have had a good chance of meeting at Caserta that evening. But owing to their entire want of communication, the great effort was postponed until the 1st of October. This delay, wrote Ritucci to von Mitchell, when at last he was able to renew correspondence with his lieutenant, may well be fatal to our cause. Ritucci was sulky, but prepared to carry out with vigour the orders which he disliked. His men were elated at the prospect of battle, and confident that they would sleep in Caserta the first night and in Naples the next. Their prospects were indeed bright, but they would have been still brighter if the attack had not been deferred till the beginning of October. On September 27th, Garibaldi had only half a dozen field guns and no entrenched batteries in his lines against Capua, but in the last 3 days of the month he and his men labored day and night at planting cannon that arrived from Naples and throwing up defences in their front. In this they received skilled assistance from Dowling, a British ex-sergeant of artillery who had been in service before Sebastopol, 2 ex-captains of Bourbon artillery, and 20 gunners of the Piedmontese regular army, sent up from Naples on the night of the 29th, at the request of Garibaldi to Villamarina, and followed on the next day by 40 more of their number. One of the new batteries was on the road between San Angelo and Capua. Another was in the middle of the scattered village of San Angelo itself. A third, intended to fire at the enemy's batteries across the river, was erected on top of the precipitous ridge of San Giorgio, whither the guns were dragged with great labour and considerable engineering skill. Finally, a battery was placed at the entrance of Santa Maria, under the ancient Roman archway which spans the road leading from Old to New Capua. There were other mobile trains of artillery on the road between Sant'Angelo and Santa Maria. For the last time in his life Garibaldi had all his ablest lieutenants with him. Avenzana, the former war minister of the Roman Republic, arrived just in time to help his old friend to set his batteries round San Angelo. Cosenz was doing his best to make bricks without straw as war minister in Naples. Sertori was at the front as chief of staff. Bixio was defending Maddaloni against von Mitchell. Medici held San Angelo and Monte Tivata. Milbitz held Santa Maria. Tour was stationed with the reserves at Caserta, ready to bring them up by rail, either to Maddaloni or to Santa Maria, as need should require at the crisis of the battle. By this last simple device Garibaldi obtained the full advantage of being on the inside of the circle, of acting on the diameter while the enemy moved round by the circumference. In spite of these preparations, which greatly strengthened his position in the last 3 days of September, his army was still in evil case. 20,000 men, the greater part of them ill-armed and worse drilled, many scarcely knowing how to use their rifles, had to stand the shock of 28 or 30,000 regular troops, coming on in the full confidence of victory. Exhausted with starvation, exposure, and overwork, many of the best men were physically prostrated, while the cowards were slinking back to Naples or preparing to fly at the first onset. There was none of that certain assurance of victory which had carried them through Sicily and Calabria. In the coming battle Garibaldi had to depend upon his own military genius, which was seldom seen to better advantage than on that desperate day, and on the resolve to die at their posts which his presence inspired into the few thousand men who were really doing the work of the whole army. The spirit in the Garibaldian lines on the eve of the Volturno is illustrated by a story told by the English preacher Howes, who a fortnight later met a young Milanese noble at the siege of Capua. He was poorly equipped and almost in rags. He had nothing but a sword and a pistol. "What induced you," I said, "to give up ease and luxury for this life of a dog in a camp without commissariat, pay, or rations?" "You may well ask," he said. "I tell you a fortnight ago I was in despair myself, and thought of giving up the whole thing. I was sitting on a hillock, as might be here. Garibaldi came by. He stopped, I don't know why. I had never spoken to him. I am sure he did not know me, but he stopped. Perhaps I looked very dejected, and indeed I was. Well, he laid his hand on my shoulder and simply said, with that low, strange, smothered voice that seemed almost like a spirit speaking inside me, 'Courage, courage! We are going to fight for our country.' Do you think I could ever turn back after that? The next day we fought the battle of the Volturno." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy, by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Battle of the Volturno, October 1st and 2nd. Pure as the archangel's cleaving darkness throw, the sword he seized, the keen unwearied sword, a single blade against a circling horde, an eye for freedom and the trampled few. The cry of liberty from dungeon's cell, from exile, was his God's command to smite. As for a swim in sea he joined the fight, with radiant face, full sure that he did well. Bold a warrior dealing mortal strokes, whose nature was a child's, amid his foes, a wary trickster, at the battle's close. No gentler friend this leopard dashed with fox. Down the long roll of history will run the story of these deeds, and speed his race beneath defeat more hotly to embrace the noble cause and trust to another son. George Meredith, The Century of Garibaldi. On the last day of September, by way of prelude to their coming attack, the Royalists kept up a heavy cannonade, and their infantry skirmished along the line of outposts in front of Capua. The hottest firing was at the ferries below San Giorgio Ridge, on which the Garibaldian batteries had been mounted only the day before. After sunset, all again fell silent. A mile to the south of the ferries, on the lowest slopes of Monte Tifata, stands the village of Sant' Angelo. Its church, built a dozen centuries ago out of the ruins of Roman villas and temples, was the centre of Medici's position, filled that night with sleeping soldiers and on the morrow with the wounded and the dead. On the embanked terrace in front of the church stood Garibaldi, with his back to the darkened mountain, and his eyes fixed on the distant lights of Capua. Suddenly, far away in the middle of the enemy's lines, a tongue of flame leapt up and flared on the night sky. He watched it for some time in silence, and then turned round with a laugh. "Sir," he said, "we must not sleep too heavily tonight." The next moment he was on his horse, riding back to Caserta to arrange the last details with Bixio and with Tur. "He laughed, the old lion," said one of the group left up on the terrace. "That flame must be the signal for their attack." After midnight a heavy fog crept over the Capuan plain and wrapped itself round the Bourbon regiments as they issued one by one from the gate of the fortress. In the Volturno region all the ground that does not rise to a certain level above the sea is composed of dark volcanic tufa, soft and easy to cut. All above that level is hard white limestone rock. The village of Sant' Angelo, on the lower slopes of the mountain, stands on the junction of the two strata, and is built half of tufa and half of limestone, while Santa Maria and all the villages of the plain are built, like Naples itself, of the black spongy tufa, of which the soil is composed, architecturally a sordid stone of discouraging and criminal appearance. The highly cultivated plain between Capua and Monte Tifata is traversed by the peasants and their flocks by means of a network of lanes, sunk 10 feet deep in the soft tufa, and therefore invisible at more than a few yards' distance. The road that leads from Santa Maria to Sant' Angelo crosses by bridges over 4 or 5 of these hidden lanes, up some of which Bourbon columns penetrated before dawn on October 1st, and thus obtain unobserved a footing inside Garibaldi's line at its weakest point, the almost undefended space between Sant' Angelo and Santa Maria. Further to the south, the fog served to hide the approach of the other columns under Tabacci, who surprised and routed the defenders of the cemetery and of San Tomaro. Many of these first runaways fled by the high road to Naples, and arrived there before noon, spreading panic like the first comers from Waterloo in the Belgian capital. D'Ayala, who commanded the National Guard, called out the whole force and patrolled Naples and the neighbouring villages to prevent a reactionary movement. Knowing the impressionable character of the Neapolitans, D'Ayala sent out premature and exaggerated reports of victory to counteract the tales of the runaways. Meanwhile, Tabacci's men seized the railway embankment and a large group of buildings called St. Agostino, whence they enfiladed the trenches in front of Santa Maria with cannon and rifle fire. Fortunately, since Garibaldi had come out by an early train from Caserta and was already at Milbit's side, Santa Maria itself was vigorously defended. Under the Roman archway at its entrance, two cannon, destined to be worked that day by many successive relays of professional and volunteer gunners, began their 10 hours' duel with the enemy's batteries and riflemen posted at Sant Agostino. The Sicilians held the amphitheatre of ancient Capua, a fine defensive position in the plain just outside the town, while 50 Frenchmen, who still named their company after their slain leader, De Flotte, held an isolated farm in front of the amphitheatre with splendid courage all day long. At Garibaldi's order, Tours began thriftily to feed Milbitz with portions of his reserve, which he sent up from Caserta by rail and road. Assante's regiment was the first to arrive, some of them deployed in the open to the north of the amphitheatre, while others restored the fight on the railway. Seeing that Santa Maria could hold out for a while, and hearing the noise of battle in the north, the dictator with Cazio, Missouri, and his staff mounted into 2 carriages and drove off towards San Angelo. As the mist rolled away they saw the road clear before them, and never suspected that the enemy had already crossed it by the sunk lanes and was lying in wait under the Ciccarelli bridge. At Garibaldi's side sat a young officer of the Piedmontese regular artillery going to serve his guns at San Angelo. He was Emilio Savio, one of the noble pair of brothers who, with their mother, the poetess, were soon to be made famous by Mrs. Browning in every household of Europe and America where English poetry was read. Emilio, as he sat by Garibaldi's side, did not yet know that 3 days before his brother Alfredo had been shot by the sea in the east, in the trenches beneath Ancona, any more than that he himself was in a few weeks' time beneath the walls of Gaeta, to be shot in the west by the sea. As the carriages drew near the Ciccarelli bridge, the Bourbon infantry in the lane beneath came scrambling up, as if out of the bowels of the earth, and emptied their rifles at the dictator 20 yards away. The horses dashed forward through the midst of them, and as they ran the gauntlet, the coachman and Carasetto of the staff fell mortally wounded. A few yards on the further side of the bridge, one of the horses rolled over, and the carriage was brought to a stand. Garibaldi stepped out into the road and drew his sword. A small group of Medici's infantry from Sant Angelo, who were fortunately not far off, came running up, and led by the dictator, they charged and repulsed the enemy. After this incident, which had so nearly secured the restoration of the Bourbon dynasty to Naples, Garibaldi made his way on foot to Sant Angelo, and spent the whole of the morning and the early part of the afternoon in heading charge after charge on the slopes of Monte Tifata and in the streets of the village. The enemy, in greatly superior force, had stormed the advanced battery on the road to Capua, where Dune fell wounded at the head of his Sicilians, and had poured into the lower part of Sant Angelo. At the top of the village Garibaldi's cannon were planted on the terrace in front of the church, and here the struggle raged hottest. Other Bourbon troops crossed from the north bank of the Volturno by the ferries, and began to ascend Monte Tifata through the forest of San Vito. Garibaldi was here, there, and everywhere, now on horseback, now on foot, now at the church, now on the summit of Monte Tifata, whither he led the Genoese Carabineers of the Thousand. His criticism of the Bourbon method of attack was that though they advanced bravely, they advanced firing instead of charging with the cold steel. The chief feature of his own method of defence was a series of bayonet charges, each of which drove back the Royalists and relieved the pressure for a while. Wherever one of these rushes was being made in defence of Medici's position, whether on the rocky mountainside or on the plain below, there was Garibaldi organizing and leading the charge. His presence put courage into the most faint-hearted of Medici's 4,000 men and made heroes of the bravest. Soon after noonday he began to cry "Victory!" wherever he went, and to send off messages to all parts of the field reporting victory all along the line. The phrase kept up the spirits of his outnumbered force, though the veterans muttered under their breath, "Victory! What victory?" In the attack on Sant' Angelo, the Bourbon general, Affan de Rivera, who was in command, incurred censure for not appearing near the front. But in the attack on Santa Maria, General Tabacci did his duty, and the commander-in-chief, Ritucci, exposed himself all day in a manner more suitable to the part of a divisional commander. The knowledge that King Francis was in the field with his brothers, the Counts Trani and Caserta, and his uncle of Trapani, greatly encouraged the assailants. Both sides, an observer noted, fought in silence with the intensity of an Italian vendetta. The Bourbon cavalry made several charges on the plain to the north of the amphitheatre, and the infantry penetrated as far as San Prisco. Their guard regiments alone lost 400 killed and wounded, but the grenadiers of the guard sulked and refused to advance a second time against Santa Maria at a moment regarded by Ritucci as the crisis of the battle. The attack directed from Capua on Santa Maria and Sant' Angelo was not the only part of the Bourbon operations on October 1st. It has already been explained how von Mitchell, with 8,000 men, acting from the base of Amorosi, had orders to capture Maddaloni and thence advance on Caserta, where it was hoped that they would in the afternoon join hands with the victors of Santa Maria coming from the opposite direction. This wide division of Royalist forces was a mistaken strategy, dictated to Ritucci by the council at Gaeta. Von Mitchell now proceeded to make his own account a further mistake of the same character in the manipulation of his 8,000 men. Instead of attacking Bixio's position before Maddaloni with his whole force, he led only 3,000 German-speaking troops down the valley road from Ducenta, and detached the 5,000 native troops under Ruiz to make a long circle through the mountains by Limatola, Castelmaroni, and Old Caserta. Von Mitchell declares that he intended Ruiz and his 5,000 to come over the top of Monte Caro and fall from above on to the left flank of Bixio's position near the Villa Gualtieri at the moment when his own frontal attack was engaging the full attention of the Garibaldini at the arches of the valley. But it was an error to employ 5,000 men for a flank attack, which required speed and mobility rather than numbers, and to keep only 3,000 for the main operation. Perhaps his Swiss pride inspired him to send away all the Neapolitans and to fight a pan-German battle in the valley. Whether from pride or sheer stupidity, he pushed on his own attack with such haste that Ruiz would barely have had time to make his way round over the rocky and trackless mountains, even if he had met with no resistance from the bands of Garibaldini at Castelmaroni or elsewhere. But von Mitchell's worst mistake was that he never gave Ruiz clear orders to cross Monte Caro and appear on the scene of conflict. He merely instructed him to occupy Old Caserta, and there to await developments. "You must keep up communications," so von Mitchell wrote, "between the column attacking Sant' Angelo and my column attacking the arches of the valley." This cannot be read as constituting an order to assist in the battle of the arches of the valley, and yet von Mitchell conducted his whole operation there on October 1st on the assumption that Ruiz would hasten to his assistance, and after the event blamed him for adhering too literally to his instructions, instead of marching to the sounds of the guns. It may be pleaded in favour of Ruiz that he heard guns firing on both sides of him, at Sant' Angelo and at the arches of the valley, and that the instructions given him by von Mitchell were to keep up communications between these two battles 8 miles apart. No doubt a Clive or a Blücher would have marched off to decide one or another of the two battles, or else would have seized the opportunity to attack the enemy's headquarters at New Caserta. But Ruiz was an ordinary Neapolitan officer, and was content to carry out his actual instructions a few hours behind time. Von Mitchell, therefore, at 6 in the morning of October 1st, with only 3,000 infantry and 6 mountain guns, attempted to dislodge Bixio from a strong position, which he held with an equal number of guns and 5,600 volunteers. This was the only part of the Battle of the Volturno in which the Royalists were inferior, not in quality but in numbers. The first of von Michel's 3 battalions of foreign troops was composed of Austrians and Bavarians, brave but ill-disciplined, and inclined to be mutinous on questions of food and forced marches. The second battalion consisted chiefly, and the third entirely, of Swiss, many of whom who had been in the Bourbon service for years in the old privileged Swiss regiments disbanded in 1859. They had been accustomed, when in garrison at Maddaloni, to field days in these mountains, and knew every yard of the ground near the aqueduct. Better troops could not have been found in all Europe for the purpose von Michel had in hand. Bixio had chosen to defend Maddaloni at the point where the valley connecting it with Duscenta narrows to a gorge, spanned by the arches of the valley, Van Vitelli's colossal aqueduct that carries the water to Caserta Palace. Along the top of the water pipe runs a narrow viaduct, some 200 feet above the valley bottom, and by this aerial footpath Bixio was able to establish rapid communication between his left wing on the slopes of Monte Caro and his right wing on the slopes of Monte Logano. His reserve was behind the left wing, on Monte San Michele and Villa Gualtieri. The Swiss veterans of the 3rd Battalion, dragging up with them a mountain battery, ascended the wooded slopes of Monte Logano and stormed the mills at the eastern end of the aqueduct, driving in flight Bixio's right wing, the Brigade Eberhard. Von Michel's son was killed at the head of the mountaineers of Uri and Unterwald. The attack at the bottom of the valley, directed against the base of the great arches, was successful in consequence of the victory on the hillside above. Several Garibaldian officers at the aqueduct, apparently of Eberhardt's Genoese brigade, led the fight to Maddaloni. A few days later, at Bixio's request, they were degraded in sight of the whole army, at a review held in front of Caserta Palace, with the advice from Garibaldi's own lips to beg for muskets and get themselves killed in the next action. But the left wing under Dezza and Menotti Garibaldi, and the reserves under Fabrizi, behaved so well that even Bixio praised their conduct, especially that of the Sicilians. Bixio, after his right wing had disappeared, still held the western mountain wall of the valley, the lower slopes of the Monte Caro and the pass crowded by the Villa Gualtieri, over which von Michel now attempted to cut his way to Caserta in the plain beyond. The Austrians and Bavarians tried to ascend Monte Caro through the wood from the north, while the victorious Swiss began to climb out of the valley bottom up the precipitous slopes to Villa Gualtieri, and to pour across from Monte Logano along the top of the arches of the valley. But the artillery got encumbered in endeavouring to cross the narrow viaduct, and as the infantry struggled uphill through the sparse vineyards and the limestone rocks, they were met by vigorous bayonet charges and hurled back again into the valley bottom. Now was the time that Ruiz should have appeared over the top of Monte Caro, but he was not in sight, and the messengers sent to find him had failed in their mission. At midday, therefore, after 6 hours of fighting, von Michel gave orders to retreat to Duscenta. He acknowledged a loss of 90 men and 1 gun captured, and over 100 men killed and wounded. Bixio lost no prisoners, but acknowledged a loss of over 200 killed and wounded. Meanwhile, Ruiz and his 5,000 were wandering about useless between the 2 battles, either of which could have been decided by their presence. Their only orders were to occupy Old Caserta. Arriving at Limatola at dawn, they drove out a few hundred Garibaldian irregulars, and followed the road southwards through the hills on to the cultivated tufa plain that lies in the lap of this group of mountains. On the plain stand half a dozen villages round the foot of a conical mountain crowned by the feudal ruin of Castle Marone. In the castle were stationed Pilade Bronzetti and 280 men of Cosen's brigade, and Ruiz turned aside to storm their position. Bronzetti had expected the villages of Sant'Andrea and La Annunziata in the plain to be defended for a while by the bands who had retired thither from Limatola, and by 150 of Sacchi's men who had come over from San Lucio. But these all decamped without waiting for the enemy, refusing even to retire up the hills so as to join Bronzetti in the defence of the ruined castle. Bronzetti and his 280 men were therefore left alone in Castle Moroni against Ruiz and his 5,000. The attack was delivered first from the north only, and finally from all sides at once. The Bourbon general himself has recorded that this handful of Garibaldini held out for 4 hours of fierce fighting. Castel Moroni was a well-chosen position for a determined body of men to resist more than 10 times their number. The lonely medieval keep, raised high above the modern life of the plain below, has been inhabited for hundreds of years past only by yellow hawks darting in and out of the upper windows, whence the robber Normans once watched the traffic along the banks of the Volturno. The keep itself is surrounded by a ruined parapet a few yards out, which Bronzetti had caused his men to repair. From the foot of this outer wall, the mountain falls away on every side in a smooth glacis for several hundred yards, and on the south side the straight, bare slope continues for half a mile as far as the villages of the plain. Only on the west is there a neighbouring hilltop within long rifle range of the castle. Firing from behind the parapet, the Garibaldini again and again repulsed the enemy advancing up the glacis of the mountain side. At length their ammunition ran out, but they still resisted, using the bayonet and hurling the heavy blocks of limestone which lay everywhere to their hands. When the Royalists at length burst over the wall and into the chambers of the castle, they found Paladi Bronzetti sitting wounded on the ground, and stabbed him to death while he was attempting to negotiate the surrender of his men. He left a name as memorable in Garibaldian history as that of his brother Narciso, who had been killed the year before at the foot of the Alps. His men were all captured, but not before at least a third of them had been killed or wounded. In the latter stages of his 4-hour siege, Ruiz, with a part of his force, had been skirmishing at Caselli against a few of Sacchi's men, and had then begun to push on towards Old Caserta. After the fall of Castle Moroni, his whole force proceeded southwards, ascended the Lupara range over the western shoulder of Monte Viro, and reached Old Caserta in the middle of the afternoon, 3½ hours after von Mitchell had retreated from before Bixio at the arches of the valley. The appearance of Ruiz's bluecoats on the ridge overlooking the great plain, and the sight of the Bourbon flag floating from the castle of Old Caserta, were greeted with the ringing of joy bells in the reactionary villages of Casola, San Barbara, and Tuuro at the foot of the mountain, and struck terror into the liberal inhabitants of New Caserta. The headquarters at the palace were now practically destitute of troops, for Tours, though with some misgivings, had obeyed Garibaldi's orders, and started for Santa Maria an hour before with the last of the reserves. Ruiz, however, had no orders to proceed farther than Old Caserta, remained on the top of the mountain all the rest of the day, looking down on the unprotected heart of the enemy's position, but never striking the blow that might so well have proved fatal, if delivered in time. The 4 hours' delay purchased by the heroism of Bronzetti and his handful of men at Castel Moroni very probably saved Garibaldi from destruction. For if Ruiz had arrived at Old Caserta before noon, he would either have been in time to help von Mitchell to a victory over Bixio, or else he would, by threatening New Caserta in the plain, have prevented the departure thence of Tours' reserves for Santa Maria. In the latter case Santa Maria and Sant'Angelo would have been taken before nightfall. At 3 in the afternoon, the last reserves from Caserta, the Hungarians, Rusto's Milanese, and Eber's North Italians, all picked troops, were brought up by Tours himself to Santa Maria. Almost at the same hour Garibaldi returned thither from Sant'Angelo. He had been forced to ride round by a long and dangerous circuit through Casapola, for the whole plain, as far as San Prisco, was occupied by regiments of Royalist foot and horse. He found Santa Maria still holding out, but more like a besieged town than a point in the line of battle. The Frenchmen still held their farmhouse, the Sicilians the amphitheatre, and men and guns were still lodged on part of the railway embankment. But everyone else in that part of the field was packed into the streets of Santa Maria, which presented for hours together a scene of confused resistance and continual slaughter. All through the day fresh men were found ready to die beside the two cannon under the old Roman archway. The town band of Santa Maria, whose 20,000 inhabitants were devoted partisans of the new order, stood playing in the middle of the crowded street to hearten their defenders. Arrived in the middle of this welter, which would have confused a less able soldier, Garibaldi took in the situation on the whole battlefield, and saw that the opportunity of the day had come. He at once determined to lead out northwards the last reserves whom Torre had just brought into the town. In this way alone could he relieve pressure on Santa Maria, and at the same time clear the enemy off the line of communications with Sant'Angelo. While he was giving his last orders in the streets before riding out to try the final issue of his own and country's fortune, his old friend Jessie White, Mario's English wife, came up to him with a glass of water and some figs. He had tasted nothing all day, and he gladly took food and drink from her hands. As he did so, he observed that she was being followed about by a group of British sailors on the spree, with no officer among them, on leave from HMS Hannibal. Being unskilled in Italian, they had fastened on their countrywoman and were employing her to have them supplied with muskets. "What, Jessie, you are helping these sailors to desert their queen?" said Garibaldi good-naturedly, as he sat on his horse eating the figs she had brought him. "They have only come to amuse themselves," she said. They were not supplied with arms, but stood by ready to bear hand in some way more befitting to their country's attitude of benevolent neutrality. The decisive movement now began. Garibaldi, followed by the Hungarians, by Eber's men, and by the Milanese, issued from Santa Maria along the northern road and cleared the enemy off the communications with Sant'Angelo. Eber, continuing up the road towards Ciccarelli Lane and Bridge, where Garibaldi had fallen into the ambush in the morning, relieved the pressure on Medici. But the dictator himself, followed by the Hungarians and Milanese, wheeled to the left not far outside Santa Maria, and swept the field in the direction of Capua. The onslaught with fixed bayonets of fresh and vigorous troops under such a leader could not be resisted by the masses of the enemy, who had been firing for hours past without making further headway. The 200 Hungarian cavaliers, Garibaldi's only mounted force, were at length let loose. They went right over the batteries and on through regiment after regiment. Too few to rout the whole army, they were too brave and too skilled with horse and sword to be stopped anywhere on this side of the walls of Capua. Singly and in small groups, as evening fell, the survivors rode back, well satisfied that they had honoured the Magyar name before the eyes of Europe. Behind the 200 horsemen followed the ranks of levelled bayonets with Garibaldi in the midst of them. 200 Hungarian infantry and 600 Milanese, deploying to north and south of Parisi farmhouse, with their faces towards Capua station, drove the enemy's tired regiments before them. The Royalists, as they were retreated, turned round to fire, and still here and there rallied for a stand under a covering charge of cavalry. But Garibaldi still came on, and in the rear and on the left of the men whom he was leading came the defenders pouring out from Santa Maria, men of Sicily, of Calabria, of Tuscany, and of all the other provinces of United Italy. Sant'Agostino had been deserted by the enemy, and now the cemetery and the Cappuccini convent were stormed, and De Angelis farm to the north of the road, Medici too, relieved by Eber's advance, sallied out from Sant'Angelo and recaptured the battery where Dune had been wounded in the morning. All the advanced positions which had been lost at dawn when the Bourbon army came out of Capua in the fog were reoccupied before sunset. The masses of beaten Royalists, converging from north and south upon the parade ground before Capua, retreated sullenly through the gate whence they had issued with such high hopes 12 hours before. While Garibaldi rode back to San Angelo through the dusk, his men lay down exhausted and hungry on the ground, each man where he stood, knowing that they had saved Italy. An epilogue to the decisive battle of the 1st of October took place the following day. Ruiz and his 5,000 on the hilltop of Old Caserta had spent the afternoon and night in complete ignorance of the result of the fighting before Capua or at the arches of the valley. Early on the morning of October 2nd, news reached them of the double defeat of Ritucci and of von Michel. Ruiz thereupon held a council of war, at which he decided to retreat at once to the north bank of the Volturno, while the way was still open. Nearly 3,000 of his men obeyed the order to retreat and escaped through the Limatola, but more than 2,000, seized by a sudden impulse for battle and plunder, refused to obey their general, and descended off the mountain, officers and men together, to attack Caserta in the plain below. Part of them advanced through the park and by way of the cascade, driving a company of Sacchi's men before them down the wooded hillside. Others made straight into Caserta town through Casola and Altifreda. A panic seized the few troops defending Caserta, and the Royalists entered in triumph and commenced sacking the houses. But all this while Garibaldi was throwing his net around them with equal energy and skill. He had already caused his orders to be conveyed to Bixio, bidding him come over Montevideo and cut them off from the northeast. He himself, with such troops from San Angelo as were not completely prostrated by their efforts of the day before, crossed the tracks over Monte Tifata and arrived at San Lucio a little after 9 in the morning. Here he effected a junction with Sacchi, and with some troops just arrived by train from Naples, who had taken no part in the battle of October 1st, namely Stoccos, Calabrians, and a few companies of Piedmontese, Bersaglieri, and other regulars. Led on by Garibaldi himself, the picked troops of Victor Emmanuel's army, in their round hats with cock's feathers, climbed through the steep park in the direction of Old Caserta, side by side with the red shirts and the gaitered Calabrians in their brigand costume. Before he himself began to mount the hill from San Lucio, the dictator had detached thence a few score of Genoese carabineers of the 1,000 by the lower road, to save the palace and to clear the enemy out of Caserta in the plain. The Genoese charged into the main street of Caserta, singing Mameli's hymn of 48, and after a sharp struggle in which a dozen fell on each side, drove the horde of plunderers back out of the town and up the hills towards Old Caserta. Meanwhile, the larger force under the dictator was shepherding the other flocks of Bourbon infantry out of the park and up towards the same point on the hills above. Before long the whole 2,000, emerging from brushwood and the olive groves below, were to be seen flying for their lives along the stony flanks of the mountain towards Old Caserta. At this moment Bixio's force appeared over the top of Montevideo, barring their flight northwards. The net closed in upon them, and after another hour spent in hunting detachments of various sizes over the great bare plateau, 2,012 men and 77 officers were secured as prisoners of war. Taking all parts of the battle of the Volturno together, the Garibaldini officially acknowledged a loss on the 2 days of 306 killed, 1,328 wounded, and 389 missing. Of these losses scarcely 50 can be attributed to the fighting on the second day. At Castelmarone there were under 300 lost, most of them prisoners, and at the arches of the valley rather more than 200 killed and wounded. It follows that some 1,400 must have been killed or wounded in the main battle of October 1st, in defence of the line of Santa Maria and Sant' Angelo over against Capua. The Bourbon generals officially acknowledged a loss in that part of the field of 1,065 men, 260 killed, 731 wounded, and 74 prisoners, besides 200 more lost at the Arches of the Valley on October the 1st, and 2,089 prisoners taken near Old Caserta on October the 2nd. Garibaldi had now nearly 1,500 wounded on his hands, besides large numbers of sick disabled by constant exposure and underfeeding at the outposts. As the autumn drew on, long grey overcoats were served out, which gave the army a more uniform appearance, besides some chance of warmth at night. But the conditions of service before Capua continued to be very severe. The Neapolitans did little or nothing to make life more comfortable for their deliverers. Those of the wounded who were sent back to the capital fared far worse than those left at the front, for the usual peculation and carelessness of the hospital officials, and the consequent dirt and absence of necessaries were not remedied on behalf of the Garibaldini, except to some degree by British help in the form of materials and money from England, and personal service by some of our country women in Naples. The field hospitals at Caserta and Santa Maria, though far from perfect, were better, being under the control of the medical staff of Tours Division, and under the eye of Jessie White Mario herself. The English women in the hospital of Naples were deeply affected by the patience and gentleness of the North Italian wounded, and by their complete unselfishness. Indeed, their only anxiety seemed to be not to give trouble by any complaints, however reasonable, to Garibaldi or to those who had volunteered to nurse them. In spite of the pain and squalor of their lot, the wounded were not unhappy, for there were days in October on which Garibaldi was in the capital, when he never failed to visit them, stopping to speak with each one and to make the dying envied by some special mark of his gratitude and love. All the men, writes an English lady, when they heard him coming, began to sit up in their beds and clap their hands and shout, "Papa Nostro! Papa Nostro!" They longed to be allowed coffee in the morning instead of grease and water, so my sister said to one of them, "Now ask the general to order that you have coffee." The young man answered, "O lady, how could I trouble him with that, when he has so much to see to, and when his very presence gives us new life?" The Battle of the Volturno, the last of Garibaldi's great fears of war, differs from Como, Calatafimi, Palermo, Milazzo, the crossing of the Straits. Firstly, because it shows him acting on the defensive, and secondly, because it shows him handling some 20,000 men, a larger number than the handful of guerrillas which, according to his critics, was all he could command with success. His defensive strategy on this occasion is excellent, and proves that he had learnt much about the conditions of European warfare since his defence of Rome in 1849, on his return from the South American Pampas. While the Bourbon generals on October 1st went out of their way to divide their army and attack him from the east, north, and west at once, Garibaldi made full use of the central position in which they thus placed him. Communications between the various parts of the assailing force were therefore lost, with the result that Rui's division was of no practical use to Ritucci on the great day and was destroyed in detail on October 2nd. Garibaldi, on the other hand, took advantage of his central position and of his short line of communication strung together by the Maladoni-Caserta-Santa Maria railway to keep his reserve under Tours at the central point between the various battlefields until the very last moment. He could thus postpone the vital decision as to whether the reserve should be sent from Caserta to Santa Maria or from Caserta to Maddaloni until events showed where they were most needed. The arrival of this body of fresh troops at Santa Maria, halfway through the afternoon, and the vigorous use which he made of them to attack the enemy's tired regiments, decided the even balance of the day. The success of the national army in holding its own against greatly superior numbers is therefore to be attributed apart from the valour of the volunteers to three qualities shown on this occasion by Garibaldi: the personal inspiration of his presence at so many of the important points, the combined caution and vigor of his offensive-defensive tactics, and last but not least, a sound strategy governing the disposition of his men over the whole region of conflict from the arches of the valley to the gate of Capua. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Meeting of Garibaldi and Victor Emmanuel. To watch the new kingdom of Italy rising as it were by magic is a marvellous sight. When time has veiled the events of the period and wiped away all that is perfidious and adventurous, Cavour, Victor Emmanuel, and Garibaldi will stand forth as heroes of this epoch. While I am writing of the struggles and sufferings of Rome in the Middle Ages, the observation of the present, which is realizing the work of which centuries have despaired, is an experience of inestimable value to the historian. Gregorius' Diary, Rome, November 1860. The Battle of the Volturno saved Naples from the Bourbons, but it did not deliver Capua to Garibaldi. It redressed the balance of war which had begun to incline against him, but it did not weigh down the scales on his side. A condition of military stalemate continued for more than 3 weeks of October, until Victor Emmanuel's army arrived upon the scene. During this period of waiting, the only military event of interest was the expedition to Isernia. The town, like most others in the Molise and in the neighbouring province of Abruzzi, had been seized by the citizens in the name of Garibaldi and Victor Emmanuel. But on the day before the Battle of the Volturno, it was invaded by peasants from the hills, authorized to act for the good cause by their bishop and by the authorities at Gaeta, and led on by royal gendarmes. During the following week pillage, massacre, torture, and mutilation were the lot of the inhabitants of Isernia and of other centres of nationalism in the neighbourhood. This system of reaction or brigandage, accompanied by all the bestial cruelty of which the half-savage peasants of the south were still capable, afforded a last weapon for the expiring system of church and state. Francis II, when finally driven from Gaeta by Victor Emmanuel's army, took refuge in Rome in 1861, and thence, under the protection of the Pope, continued to foster this kind of brigandage in his lost dominions in the Abruzzi for nearly 7 years to come. No such horrors were committed on the other side by the Garibaldian peasantry of Calabria, Basilicata, Abruzzi, or any other province of the mainland, and the difference may fairly be attributed to the higher ethical standard of the local nationalist leaders, men like Stocco and Pace, touched by the idealism of the Risorgimento movement, as compared with the reactionary clergy and the Bourbon officials, who had been brought up in an evil school on frankly medieval ideas of religion and government. Early in October, nationalist refugees from the neighbourhood of Isernia arrived at Caserta, told the tale of horror to Garibaldi, and assured him that if he would send some of his officers into the Molise, they would there find 3,000 peasants ready to place themselves under their orders and suppress the reaction. The dictator accordingly sent Nulo, Mario, and Sazio in command of a few hundred Sicilians and irregulars from the Alife district, and a few dozen North Italians. When they arrived in the Molise, there was no sign of the 3,000 friendly natives who were to have joined them. The reactionary peasants, backed by several battalions of Bourbon regulars, fell upon them near Isernia on October 17th, and drove them out of the Molise with heavy loss. In the Abruzzi the Liberals held their own, but eagerly awaited the crossing of the Tronto by Victor Emmanuel. On October 15th, the British Legion, otherwise called the Garibaldi Excursionists, landed in Naples, over 600 strong. They looked a fine body of men as they marched up the Toledo in their red tunics with green facings, the muzzles of their Enfield rifles stuffed with flowers by the admiring populace. 4 days later they gave a good account of themselves in a skirmish in front of Sant'Angelo, conducted up to the walls of Capua, where they lost 2 killed and 8 wounded. But the warning that Dune had uttered when Garibaldi consulted him at Milazzo as to the advisability of allowing such a region to be recruited was unfortunately borne out by events. One part of the excursionists consisted of roughs, principally from Glasgow and London, who considered that they were out for a holiday at other people's expense, and though they did not object to the fighting, expected a maximum of food and good quarters and a minimum of discipline. The other half, old soldiers, volunteers, and generous enthusiasts of all classes from a duke's son downwards, could not, by their own better conduct, save the Legion from acquiring a name for disorder similar to that which the Pope's Irish had acquired in Rome. "You see," said the Italians indulgently, "these men are not accustomed to a country where wine is cheap." Peard, whom the dictator set over them as colonel, was not so well qualified for this difficult command as for the individual knight-errantry which had made him a well-beloved figure in the Garibaldian field armies for 18 months past. If the campaign had been prolonged and carried to the walls of Rome, as the committee in London had expected when it raised the legionaries, there is little doubt they would have done us credit. As things were, although the legion came too late, the fame of our country had been upheld throughout the campaign, and yeoman service rendered to the Italian cause by the English free lances, by Dune and Wyndham, by Peard and Dowling, and by others who have survived them. Garibaldi estimated accurately the limits of the degree to which he had improved his position by the recent victory on the Volturno. One day, soon after the battle, he came to Mario with a letter from Mazzini in his hand. "Read this," he said. "Mazzini urges me on to attack Rome. You know that I have long been thinking of it. On the 1st of October we defeated the enemy so that they cannot meet us again in the open field. But I cannot advance on Rome, leaving behind me 60,000 men, entrenched in Capua and Gaeta, who can march into Naples the moment my back is turned." He fully accepted the political consequences of the military situation. He abandoned all idea of advancing on Rome, and prepared to welcome the immediate advent of Victor Emmanuel. Cavour, gravely anxious that Italy should present a united front to the monarchs of Austria, Prussia, and Russia, who were about to hold an ominous conference at Warsaw, desired above all else that the dictator should go out to welcome the king in the face of Italy and Europe, and was much concerned lest he should sail home to Caprera in dudgeon before Victor Emmanuel's arrival. This, rather than any fears of actual civil war, appears to have been the limit of Cavour's anxiety with regard to Garibaldi from the first days of October onwards. The minister wisely sought counsel with Garibaldi's oldest and best friend, Augusto Vecchi, who had worn the red shirt beside his chief in South America, who had fought shoulder to shoulder with him in the midnight mêlée when the French troops burst through the defences of the Janiculum, and from whose house at Quarto Garibaldi had sailed with the 1,000 for Sicily. On October 1st Vecchi wrote to Garibaldi to implore him to hasten the plebiscite for the annexation of Naples, and to send a message inviting Victor Emmanuel to march without delay into his new dominions. 3 days later Vecchi wrote again, "Invite the king personally by a telegram to come quickly to Naples, and to go meet him. I ask this of you in the name of Italy, our mother, for whose greatness we too swore many years ago to make every kind of sacrifice." On the very day when Vecchi was writing in this strain, Garibaldi had already yielded the point and was inditing his famous letter to Victor Emmanuel, which, besides many expressions of goodwill and desire for unity, contained the following words: Sire, I congratulate your Majesty on the brilliant victories won by your brave General Cialdini, and on their happy results. Since your Majesty is at Ancona, you must make a journey to Naples by land or by sea. If by land, as would be best, your Majesty ought to march with at least one division. If I were informed in time, I would move forward my right wing to meet you, and would come in person to present my homage, and to receive your orders as to the final operations." Cavour, therefore, as early as October 4th, had gained his point that Garibaldi should invite the king and go out to meet him. But for another 10 days there was trouble on the further question of the plebiscite, a controversy which became the storm centre of the last political crisis of the dictatorship. The question at issue was the proper method of obtaining the consent of the inhabitants of the Neapolitan kingdom to their absorption of the monarchy of Victor Emmanuel. Should they be consulted directly by plebiscite, by a simple referendum on the question of annexation, to which each elector would answer by his vote yes or no? Or should they place their fate in the hands of an assembly of elected representatives, who might then propose conditions on which the South would come into the national union? Such were the two alternatives, and the choice between them was a question of more than mere form. If Italy had no armed enemies to fear, either within or without the barrier of her guardian Alps, if she had been in safe possession of her own house, then indeed she ought to have gone about the difficult business of setting it in order with long and careful deliberation. If the union of the North and South Italy, like the union of North and South Britain in 1707, had been proposed in a year when the two kingdoms were immune from invasion and revolution, then indeed a parliament at Naples and a parliament at Palermo might reasonably have sat for many months bargaining with the Parliament at Turin. In such a case some of the evils that have actually resulted from a too close union might possibly have been avoided. Those who know South Italy of today deplore the rigid and mechanical application of the Piedmontese laws and administrative system to a state of society very different from that of the subalpine populations, and they deplore no less than the immense powers of self-government under which the Constitution of 1860 have been committed to the backward communes of the South. But this was the necessary price that Italy paid for her existence. In the crisis of that autumn, with war and revolution still in the bowels of the land, with an Austrian army eagerly awaiting the word to cross the Mincio and rush on Milan, with the French minister already withdrawn from Turin, and every great European power except England hostile to the unification of Italy, it would have been the height of unwisdom to waste 2 months in electing and calling together Neapolitan and Sicilian assemblies, and a half a year more in bargainings and intrigues of every kind, public and personal, into which southern parliamentarians would instinctively plunge and revel, if they found that they had their country in their gift, and Cavour on his knees to them to hand it over. If Italian unity were to be accomplished at all, and all were agreed that there was no other port of safety in sight, then it must be done at once by direct acceptance of Piedmontese laws and custom for the whole peninsula, not because that was best for all, but because that alone could be established everywhere without delay. A plebiscite for unconditional annexation could be held in a fortnight, but an assembly might sit until it was dispersed by Austrian bayonets. The men who in the second week of October besieged Garibaldi with petitions for an assembly instead of the plebiscite were not, with the exception of the Federalist Centennial, primarily interested in obtaining a separate system of administration for the South. Their opposition to the plebiscite was essentially factious. Crispi and his friends desired an assembly where they might hope to dominate, and they objected to a plebiscite because it would in a fortnight's time bring an end to the Garibaldian dictatorship, which so long as it lasted left the executive power in their hands, and kept out the hated Cavour. They played on the dictator's distrust of the minister. They cunningly reminded him that the plebiscite had been the device by which Napoleon III had filched Nice and Savoy. There had arisen one of those complicated situations through which Garibaldi was least able to see his way in the light of the new simple rules by which he guided his conduct. His mind was darkened, and he sat stupefied at the head of the council board while the rival parties of plebiscite and assembly defied each other shrilly across the room. Between October 11th and 13th a series of such councils were held at Caserta and in Naples. Old Giorgio Pallavicino, the martyr of the Spielberg, the Austrian dungeon where he had sat for 14 years in the early days of the Risorgimento movement, was now Garibaldi's pro-dictator of the Neapolitan mainland. He it was who stood in the breach against Crispi and Cattaneo on behalf of the immediate Italian unity. On October 11th at Caserta, Garibaldi decided for Crispi and an assembly. Pallavicino at once gave his resignation, and the city of Naples rose in a great demonstration of protest in his favour. On all doors, windows, carriages, coats and hats, appeared cards inscribed "Si" or "Yes," the vote that all desired to be allowed to give in plebiscite. Garibaldi returned to the capital to find the streets in an uproar. He heard Pallavicino's name coupled with his own for vivas, while Morte was cried out against Mazzini, Crispi, and the others who had persuaded him to summon an assembly. All along the Toledo it snowed "Cs" into the carriage. Garibaldi was much perturbed by this clear manifestation of the popular will, for obedience to the people was one of the formulae of his creed, in accordance with which he had long ago abandoned his republicanism in order to be in touch with his fellow citizens. On the 13th another council was held in his rooms at the Palazzo d'Angri. Pallavicino refused to take back his resignation unless the plan for an assembly were cancelled. In the middle of an angry dispute between the pro-dictator and Crispi, Turr produced a petition signed by thousands of hands in favour of the plebiscite. Garibaldi bowed his head over it in melancholy silence, and for some minutes his face was hidden. When he looked up the clouds had cleared away, and he wore the serene gaiety of his happiest and gentlest mood. "If this is the desire of the Neapolitan people," he said, "it must be satisfied. Caro Giorgio," he said to Pallavicino, "we need you here still." The same evening Crispi resigned the secretariat, and his part in the history of Italy came to an end for that year. The plebiscite was held on October 21st. The electorate had no choice but to vote yes or no to the following proposition: "The people wishes for Italy one and indivisible, with Victor Emmanuel as constitutional king and his legitimate descendants after him." The result was shortly afterwards declared as follows: Neapolitan mainland, 1,302,064 yes, 10,312 no. Sicily, 432,053 yes, 667 no. The voting was open, and every one who voted no did so in the face of a disapproving world. No doubt, therefore, the real minority was a very much larger proportion of the citizens. But if the plebiscite exaggerated, it did not belie the opinion of the people. Whether the majority of the inhabitants of South Italy wished for Italian unity on its own merits, it's fairly open to question, but they had shown in more ways than one their earnest desire for immediate and unconditional annexation as the only security against the return of the House of Bourbon, and the dreadful past from which Garibaldi had delivered them. Meanwhile, Victor Emmanuel was coming to take possession of his new dominions. On the afternoon of September 29th, he left Turin on his triumphal progress that was yet a most perilous adventure, hoping that when he wanted to return he would not find his northern capital occupied by Austrians or by French. Passing through Bologna to the Ravenese coast, he embarked on October 3rd for Ancona. A storm arose, the frigate was in great danger, and the seamen declared that the safest course was to run across the Adriatic towards Pola in Austrian territory. But Victor Emmanuel, refusing to be put into the hands of his enemies at such a crisis of Italian affairs, came on deck to encourage the sailors, and remained there throughout the storm, while his staff officers were prostrated below. Towards evening the sea went down, and before midnight they entered the harbour of Ancona, where the king was welcomed ashore by Fanti, Cialdini, Della Rocca, and their victorious troops. Some delay occurred in starting from Ancona, but on October 9th the great march began, the whole army moving, with the king in the midst, along the road to Naples. He passed near the battlefield of Castelfidardo, through Macerata and Loreto, and thence along the Adriatic coast. He reached Grotto Mari, the last town in Papal territory, on October 11th, and remained there 4 days inactive, probably from some cautionary reasons of diplomacy or politics. These were the days during which the political crisis on the question of the plebiscite was taking place in Naples. Only on October 15th, after Pallavicino had triumphed over Crispi, did the king cross the Taranto and enter the Neapolitan kingdom. After following the coast road as far as the fortress of Pescara, which had already come into the national cause, they turned inland by way of Chieti and Popoli to Sulmona. Thus far, in Papal and Neapolitan territory alike, the enthusiasm of the liberated people for their new king had been abundantly shown. All classes, including very many of the clergy, joined in the demonstrations, and triumphal arches and addresses of welcome impeded the rate of military progress. It was felt that no offence must be given to the king's new subjects, and he showed as much rough graciousness as his impatient nature contained. Other causes of delay were the neglected state of the highroad, and the absence of bridges over the innumerable dry torrent beds through which the siege guns and commissariat wagons had to pass. For this was not a Garibaldian army, it moved slowly, but it was bringing with it the means to take Capua and Gaeta. After they had passed Sulmona, the political sympathies of the inhabitants were less unanimous. There was still an enthusiastic Italian party to welcome them, but at every turn of the road they saw fresh evidence of civil war and massacre. The good Italians came in with stories, usually only too true, of massacre and mutilation which their relations and friends had suffered. Rough justice was administered on the roadside by Piedmontese court-martials assisted by firing parties, and a proclamation was issued that all peasants found with arms in their hands would be shot. Even in this district some of the parish priests showed themselves on the national side. Cialdini with the vanguard was now 2 days' march in front of the king. On October 20th, near Isernia, where a handful of Garibaldini had been repulsed only 3 days before, he fell in with 5,000 Bourbon troops under General Scotti. Scotti neglected to send out scouts or advanced guard, and marched his men in a column right up to Cialdini's hidden batteries. The Bersaglieri and line regiments were let loose upon the enemy's surprised and disordered mass, and the lancers of Novara charged through the whole length of their column. In a few minutes Scotti, with nearly 1,000 of his men, had been captured, and the rest dispersed over the countryside in hopeless disbandment. On October 25th Garibaldi crossed the Volturno by a crazy bridge of planks a yard wide, supported on boats, which had been flung across at the ferry of Formicola. The Italians had failed to make any bridge at all with the scant materials to hand, but the task had been accomplished by the British Legion with the expert assistance of some handymen who appeared to be their fellow countrymen and showed a suspicious readiness for any service connected with ropes and water. The making of the bridge had been conducted under fire, but the Bourbon troops, who had already abandoned Cachazo, withdrew towards Capua and did not attempt to dispute the passage of the river after the bridge had been completed. Leaving Medici to protect the lines at Sant'Angelo, Garibaldi with a few regiments of Italians and the British Legion advanced northwards through Bologna and Calvi to meet Victor Emmanuel. They bivouacked on the night of October 25th to the 26th in the broad valley between the hills of Caganello and Viggiano, where the high road then, as the railway now, debouches from the gates of the wooded mountains into flatter country that soon broadens out into the great plains of Capua. Most of the troops slept by the roadside below, but some were stationed on the heights of Viggiano, whence their watchfires could be seen afar by three armies, for below them lay the camp of their fellow Garibaldini, close at hand to the south were the Bourbon regiments, and a few miles to the north lay Victor Emmanuel's army, the corps of Della Rocca and of Cialdini, side by side on two converging roads, with the king's quarters between them. On the morning of October 26th, an Englishman among the Garibaldian outposts, who was sleeping in a dry ditch, was awakened by shouts of "Viva il Re!" Accustomed to hear "Long live the King" as the Bourbon war cry, he sprang up half awake, thinking the enemy were upon them. Next moment he saw his mistake. Victor Emmanuel, King of Italy, was riding by. About the same hour the Garibaldini on the hills of Viggiano awoke to see the whole Italian army, in all the panoply of war, move swiftly along the valley below towards the camp of the Redshirts on the edge of the great plain. Garibaldi had overnight sent on Missouri and Zazio to the royal camp to announce his presence and offer his homage. At dawn he himself rode out with his staff to find the king, and stationed himself in front of the Toll-Bar Tavern, a rustic cottage with a few poplars near it, at the point of junction of the two roads along which the royal army was coming. The dictator and his staff, including Cancio, and Mario with Missouri and Zazio, who now rejoined them, dismounted in front of the tavern and took their stand a little off the road along which the northern regiments filed past. Battalion after battalion went by, gazing on Garibaldi, some with unmingled enthusiasm, gratitude, and love, others with a greater or less mixture of professional jealousy and political distrust. Generals Della Rocca and Cialdini both greeted him warmly that morning, and were warmly welcomed in return, for neither of them was touched with that jealousy of the volunteers which embittered Fanti and many others among the regular officers. The victor of Castelfidardo and the liberator of Sicily and Naples were divided by no cloud of petty rivalry, and if Cialdini instead of Fanti had been commander-in-chief of the Italian army, Cavour's instructions to show gratitude to the Garibaldini would have been heartily obeyed. Much might have been forgotten and forgiven on both sides in the enthusiasm of the meeting, and the Serbonian bog of mutual reprisals and recrimination might have been shunned. So the early morning wore on, while regiment after regiment of the royal army marched past the Liberator. It was a damp autumn air, and Garibaldi was not only wearing his poncho, but had, in homely fashion, bound a coloured handkerchief over his head. His staff, in their war-stained red shirts, presented a curious contrast to the brilliant uniforms that were filing by them hour by hour. Suddenly the strains of the royal march were heard, and the cry arose, "The King! The King is coming!" Garibaldi and his staff mounted their horses and rode forward to the edge of the road. Victor Emmanuel, on a prancing Arab, dashed up to meet them. The dictator, sweeping his hat off his kerchiefed head, cried aloud, "Saluto il primo re d'Italia! I hail the first king of Italy!" The king stretched out his hand and the two men clasped their held hands for more than a minute. "Come state, caro Garibaldi?" "Bene, maestà, e lei?" "Benone." Then they rode on together, and the two staffs behind them, red shirts side by side with resplendent uniforms, crosses, and cordons of honor. It was an epitome of the union of conservative and revolutionary forces that had crushed the obscurantists and expelled the foreigners. The constrained conversation between the two groups betrayed the heart-burnings on either side and the grudging sacrifices that each was making to the other. But although there was a cold politeness where there should have been enthusiasm, none the less that ride together was the making of Italy, and seen down history's lengthening vista remains evermore a goodly sight. After a while Garibaldi and his men turned off the road to the left and made their way back by country lanes to Calvi, while the king held on to Teano. Garibaldi's countenance, writes Mario, was full of melancholy sweetness. Never did I feel drawn to him with such tenderness. He said little that evening to his friends. Next morning they met Jesse Mario, who had crossed the Volturno to provide hospital arrangements north of the river. "My wounded," said Garibaldi to her somewhat sternly, "are all on the south of the Volturno." And then, relapsing into his gentlest mood, he added, "Jesse, they have sent us to the rear." During their ride together, Victor Emmanuel had told him in soft words the hard decree that the royal army would take over all the operations of war and that the Garibaldini were no longer required. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Return to Caprera. Semplici in andi e simpli in parole, ci della patria cavalier si sense, dona tutta alla patria e nulla vole. Maratti. Rhapsody Garibaldina. Simply in act and word, his country's knight, he gives his country all and nothing takes. That part of the enemy's force which had been in the neighborhood of the two national armies at the moment of their junction on October 26th retired in the afternoon towards Gaeta and effaced themselves behind the line of Garigliano. On the morning of the 27th, Victor Emmanuel rode from Teano to Calvi in search of Garibaldi. Finding that he had returned to the south bank of the Volturno, the king pushed on alone with his staff in the same direction, crossed the rickety little bridge, and entered the Garibaldian lines at San Angelo. The volunteers came swarming out to welcome the unexpected visitor, with cries of devotion and enthusiasm, which showed how far a very little attention from the world would have gone to win the hearts of the main body of Garibaldini. Unfortunately, this surprise visit was the last effort which His Majesty was permitted to make by way of showing personal gratitude to the rank and file of the volunteers. Since Garibaldi was absent, not knowing of the king's visit, Medici did the honors of the occasion, helped by Nino Bixio's lieutenants. Bixio himself was in hospital at Naples, at the crossing of the Volturno 2 days before, whence he was to have accompanied the dictator to meet the king. Nino had headed a hue and cry after a priest suspected of acting as a spy, and riding furiously after the man to arrest him, had let his horse slip in a narrow lane and fractured his leg against the wall. He lay, however, quite happy in the hospital at Naples, for his wife came out from Genoa to nurse him, and since the volunteer's part in the fighting was over, he was able to turn his mind to the docile family affections which shared dominion in his heart with the rage for his country's service. Victor Emmanuel, after having fraternized with Medici's men, had ridden close up to the walls of Capua at the greatest risk of being cut off by the enemy's outposts, recrossed the Volturno and returned to Teano. His army was there divided into two, one part going towards the line of the Garigliano and Gaeta, and the other under General Della Rocca coming south to besiege Capua. Della Rocca had to negotiate a delicate situation with Garibaldi. Although the red shirts were no longer to be allowed to take part in the serious operations of the campaign, yet on October 28th, their services were still required for yet a few days longer to help guard the lines for the Royal siege batteries. Garibaldi, fearing that his men might be annoyed at receiving orders from Della Rocca if they considered that a slight was being put upon themselves, or their chief not wholly placed in the whole of his army at the absolute disposal of the Piedmontese general, but was at pains to devise a plan whereby Della Rocca's orders were conveyed to the red shirts through Sirtori, as though they still came from Garibaldi himself. He strictly enjoined his staff to prevent the men from knowing that the orders did not in reality emanate from him. Shaking his supplanter warmly by the hand, he wished him luck and rode off to Caserta. 2 days later, Della Rocca, who had been deeply touched by Garibaldi's generous conduct, hearing that he was ill at Caserta, went there to pay him a visit. He found him in a little room over the guardhouse of the palace, exactly above a large store of gunpowder. "I begged him," writes Della Rocca, "to move immediately, and smiling he promised to do so. Propped up with pillows, he was wrapped in a military cloak, a little cap on his head, and a silk handkerchief knotted around his neck. As I entered, he held out his hand, and seemed quite touched when I told him I had only come to ask how he was. He was still more pleased when I told him how well I got on with his generals Cosenz and Sirtori, notable personages and most excellent men, and how I regretted the enforced absence of Bixio. Mine were no idle compliments. I meant what I said, and I saw that Garibaldi was pleased that I appreciated his friends." Meanwhile, Della Rocca's batteries were being scientifically erected by the engineers of the regular army, in front of the Garibaldian lines. On November 1st at 4 in the afternoon all was ready, and a red flag run upon the summit of Monte Tifata gave the signal for the bombardment. The enemy replied, and the duel lasted on through the night. Some of the houses in the town were set on fire, and the Capuans, many of whom secretly hated the falling dynasty, protested to the general of the garrison the necessity for instant surrender. At dawn of November 2nd, the officers of the terrace of Sant' Angelo Church eagerly turned their telescopes towards Capua, and saw the white flag hoisted on its walls. The garrison of 10,000 men became prisoners of war, and the fortress that had set a limit to Garibaldi's career at length surrendered to the Italian army. While Della Rocca was taking Capua, Fanti and Cialdini were drawing the net around Gaeta. On October 29th, a reconnaissance against the enemy's strong position on the hills behind the mouth of Carigliano was pushed too far, partly by the carelessness of the generals, partly by the unwillingness of the Bersaglieri to obey the orders to retreat. The action cost the Italian army over 50 men and showed that their opponents could still fight. But a day or two later, when the Italian fleet opened fire on their flank and rear, the Bourbon forces abandoned the position on the Garigliano and fell back towards the great fortress. On November 2nd, the day of the fall of Capua, a successful action at Mola de Gaeta on the coast was placed by the Italian army in a situation to besiege Gaeta in form. During the first 10 days of November, some 17,000 Neapolitan soldiers, closely pursued by Victor Emmanuel's troops, escaped over the frontier into Papal territory at Terracina, and were disarmed and interned among the Alban hills by the Papal authorities and the French garrisons of Rome. The remainder of the Bourbon army that had not already disbanded or surrendered was now shut up in the citadel at Messina, in 1 or 2 small forts in Sicily and the Abruzzi, or with the ex-king and queen in Gaeta. The siege of Gaeta was protracted all the winter, because Napoleon III kept the French fleet in those waters, with orders to prevent the Italian fleet from bombarding the fortress. The siege operations had therefore to be conducted entirely from the land side, and were not brought to a successful issue until February 1861. The long siege enabled Maria Sophia, Francis II's young Bavarian queen, to display to Europe from the battlements of the bombarded fortress a heroine's courage, which illuminated with sunset glow the last vision of the inglorious dynasty which had known no rays at noontide. Napoleon's action in stopping the war at sea while allowing it to be carried to its conclusion on land had no permanent effect save to irritate Italians, and to efface from their minds all claims of gratitude for his recent compliance with regard to Umbria and the Marches. It is difficult, at first sight, to assign a reason for interference at once so feeble and so exasperating. The Emperor's biographer, unable as ever to understand his sympathy with Italian freedom, supposes that he wished to clear his personal honor by this tangible protest against Victor Emmanuel's piratical attack on the Kingdom of Naples. Such may be the feelings of a French clerical in the face of the liberation of Italy, but it is difficult to suppose that they were those of Napoleon III, only 2 months after he had given his consent to Cavour's invasion of the Papal Marches. The secret agreement which he had made at Chambéry was that the North Italian army should invade and traverse the Papal territories, so as to arrive at Naples in time to stop Garibaldi and absorb the revolution. In making this arrangement, Napoleon did not imagine that Victor Emmanuel had undertaken to put down Garibaldi merely in order to restore Francis II to the throne. The Emperor did not like the annexation of South Italy by Piedmont, but he had agreed to it as the least of many possible evils. Therefore his motive in sending the French fleet to Gaeta was probably not so much genuine indignation at the conduct of the King of Italy, as the perception that he must appear to be angry for the sake of the French clericals, whose loyalty, so essential to his throne, he had strained almost to the breaking point. On the 8th of October, Cavour had written to Farini, the minister in attendance on Victor Emmanuel, "If Garibaldi's army acclaims the king, it must be treated well, if we have to contend against the requirements and pedantries of the regular army. Do not give in. Reasons of state of the first importance demand firmness. Woe to us if we show ourselves ungrateful to those who have shed their blood for Italy. Europe would condemn us. In the country there would be a great reaction in favor of the Garibaldini. I have had a warm argument with Fanti on this point. He spoke of military requirements. I replied that this was not Spain, and that here the army had to obey." It was a great misfortune that Cavour was unable to secure the fulfillment, in spirit as well as in letter, of his wise and benevolent intentions. Victor Emmanuel, who had hitherto been more enthusiastic for Garibaldi than Cavour himself, fell at this critical moment under the influence of Fanti and the military pedants. Garibaldi and his troops had welcomed the king and his army, and had taken the place assigned them in the rear, in a manner which no one had been able to criticize, and which had elicited the gratitude and praise of Della Rocca, the general most concerned. There was therefore not the smallest provocation for the official insult to which the whole body of Garibaldini were subjected on November 6th. On that day they had been instructed that the king would come to review them at Caserta. The dictator was to present his generals and his favorite officers to their sovereign, and the red shirts were to march past. Such a day might well have been a turning point in the life of the newborn nation. Old feuds, instead of taking on fresh and more virulent forms, would have been smoothed or healed. The Garibaldini assembled at Caserta with feelings of loyalty and pride. They were drawn up in front of the Bourbon Palace, in their picturesque regiments, good, bad, and indifferent, Sicilian and Calabrian, Northerner and Tuscan. They waited till after the appointed hour, and then learnt that the king had determined not to come. No apology or explanation was sent, or has ever since been offered. Further to point the moral, Victor Emmanuel did not even write an order of the day, thanking the men who had won for him the crown of the two Sicilies. Still less would Fanti, the commander-in-chief, put his name to such a document. It was signed by Della Rocca. The man who suffered most from the consequences of this ungracious conduct was the man who had vainly striven to avert the folly. It was against Cavour that Garibaldi turned his wrath. His personal devotion to Victor Emmanuel stood the shock. He persuaded himself that these acts of petty meanness had been specially ordered by the minister at Turin, though in fact they had been suggested either directly by Fanti or indirectly by the atmosphere of jealousy natural to a regular army in the presence of volunteers. This jealousy, common to every professional service in the world, and aggravated at Naples by the fact that these volunteers had really won their laurels, Cavour was unable to control from his cabinet in Turin. Next spring, in the first session of the First Parliament of United Italy, Garibaldi's pent-up wrath boiled over in a misdirected and malicious attack on the statesman who had been his guardian angel throughout the years of wonders. Garibaldi was sometimes unjust, but he seldom missed an occasion to be generous. And on the very afternoon of the thwarted review he had a magnificent opportunity. General Cialdini arrived at Caserta, commissioned to obtain his promise to enter Naples on the following day in the same carriage with the king. It was very desirable that the dictator should appear at Victor Emmanuel's side, for if it became known that he had absented himself with a grievance, it was doubtful what sort of reception the royal party would obtain. There would indeed have been a fair case for him to refuse to enter Naples with the king, who had failed his appointment at the review. But he liked Cialdini well, and after some demur and a good deal of strong language against Fanti and Cavour, he finally consented to go. On November 7th, the first king of Italy entered his southern capital, with Garibaldi sitting beside him in the carriage. They were both out of temper, and it rained in torrents. But the Neapolitans were again in a state of frantic enthusiasm, which the rain could not damp, although it ruined the triumphal arches, and caused the rows of pasteboard allegorical figures to double up as if they had been shot. If the king had been permitted to use common courtesy to the Garibaldian army in the matter of the review, and had shown more imaginative sympathy with men perhaps over-insensitive, little complaint could justly have been made of the treatment accorded to their material interests. In this matter Victor Emmanuel was firm to see the right thing done, saying, "I cannot show less generosity than Garibaldi." It had been Cavour's original intention to divide the Garibaldini into 3 sections. The first, and far the largest, to be disbanded at once, with a gratuity for each man. The second to constitute a separate volunteer division of the army under the title of Cacciatori delle Alpi. The third to consist of a small number of officers to be given commissions in the regular army. But this plan was not carried out. It was decided not to constitute a permanent force of volunteers attached to the army, partly for fear of professional quarrels and political complications that might arise out of the existence of such a force, and partly because nearly all the genuine volunteers who had done the fighting were anxious to return at once to their families and to their work in life. The privates, therefore, were sent back each to his home with a gratuity. The Hungarians alone, who had no homes to which they could return, were taken into the royal service, and were engaged for many years in the inglorious but dangerous task of tracking down the reactionary brigands of Molise and Abruzzi. There remained the questions of the officers. Since Cavour's scheme of a permanent volunteer force had been abandoned, it was felt to be only just that a very large number of Garibaldi's officers should be given posts in the regular army. A military commission, on which Sertori, Medici, and Cosenz had seats, chose out the officers most fit to be admitted into the king's service. It was a difficult task, for there were 6,000 or 7,000 so-called officers of all sorts, drawing Garibaldi's pay in Sicily, and on the mainland in the first days of November, about 1 officer to every 7 privates. Half or more of these must have been absolutely unworthy of permanent commissions. In the course of the next 2 years, 1,584 of the best men were picked out and admitted as officers to the regular army. Medici, Bixio, Cosenz, and 9 others were made generals. These arrangements were regarded with intense indignation by Garibaldi and his intimates at Caprera, who had expected that the volunteers would be kept in being as a permanent force, to form a nucleus for the national levée en masse in the coming war for Venice and Rome. But the settlement cannot, in a fair view of all the circumstances, be called either impolitic or unjust, although there were many individual cases of harsh treatment of men who had deserved well of their country. Although Victor Emmanuel was now in full possession of Naples, the half-formed kingdom of Italy was still in grave danger. On October 22nd, Cavour had felt the certainty that Austria will attack us. Every day that passed in safety added to the chances of peace and to the meager possibilities of resistance in case of war. But the emperors of Austria and Russia and the King of Prussia had met in conference at Warsaw, an ill-omened gathering of the murderers on the tomb of their victim, and Europe looked on to see whether they would decide to slay Italy as they had slain Poland. At this crisis the Italian position was strengthened by the pronouncement of the British Foreign Minister in favor of the right of the Italians to settle their own affairs. Lord John's famous dispatch was his own spontaneous act, a personal proclamation of the principles of Charles James Fox, the gospel by which Russell's life had been inspired and guided. England, who had so often supported these principles, and often opposed them, was in one of her generous moods, and applauded to the echo of her champion's defiance of a despotic Europe. The first sentence plunges in medias res. It appears that the late proceedings of the King of Sardinia have been strongly disapproved by several of the principal courts of Europe. After telling some home truths about the character of the Papal and Neapolitan governments, Lord John announces that Her Majesty's government must admit that the Italians are the best judges of their own interests. It is difficult, he proceeds, to believe, after the astonishing events that we have seen, that the Pope and the King of the Two Sicilies possess the love of their people. Therefore, Her Majesty's government can see no sufficient ground for the severe censure with which Austria, France, Prussia, and Russia have visited the acts of the King of Sardinia. Her Majesty's government will turn their eyes rather to the gratifying prospect of a people building up the edifice of their liberties and consolidating the work of their independence. This dispatch, written on October 27th and made public in the early days of November, was greeted with ecstasies of joy by the Italian people. Cavour, who had recently been somewhat annoyed by Lord John's insistent warning that Italy must not go to war to liberate Venice, declared that he had now more than made amends. Lord John's dispatch has sometimes been depreciated as a mere blowing of trumpets over the fait accompli of united Italy, but such was not the view of the men who best understood Italy's needs. Hudson wrote to Russell that when Cavour first read it, he shouted, rubbed his hands, jumped up and down again, and began to think, and when he looked up, tears were standing in his eyes. Behind your dispatch he saw the Italy of his dreams, the Italy of his hopes, the Italy of his policy. Cavour himself wrote to thank Russell in the strongest language for the immense service he had rendered Italy, and his trusted agent Villamarina said the dispatch was worth an army of 100,000 men. The feeling of Cavour's countrymen for Lord John Russell was one of the chief instruments of their liberation, was shown in many different ways during the remainder of his life. Once, in 1869, when he and his family were staying in a villa at San Remo, they found the ceiling of the principal room frescoed with portraits of 4 national heroes. The 4 turned out to be Mazzini, Garibaldi, Cavour, and to their surprise and delight, Lord John himself. Neither had the house been specially prepared for the reception. It has of recent years been somewhat the fashion to blame Lord John Russell for his failures, but never to praise him for his triumphs. Fashions in history come and go, more often the reflexive tendencies in the present than the result of new knowledge of the past. It is probable that very few British statesmen in the course of their lives did as much to reinvigorate and secure the institutions of our country as was done by Russell in 1830 to 1832, or won for her as much well-deserved gratitude and such enduring friendship abroad as was secured by his action in 1859 and 1860. On the Italian question, England secured peace with true honor, and has ever since, either in point of interest or of conscience, had reason to repent of her work. On the day of their entrance into Naples, and on the following day, Victor Emmanuel and Garibaldi held private colloquies. The outgoing director asked to be continued in power for another year as the king's lieutenant, and to have the grade of all his officers recognized. Such requests showed how utterly incapable Garibaldi was of understanding the difficulties of administrative and military reorganization that confronted the new state. On November 8th, the throne room in the palace was the scene of an imposing ceremony. The official presentation of the result of the plebiscite and the investiture of Victor Emmanuel with the kingship of Sicily and Naples. The new monarch was seated on his throne. Garibaldi and his friends stood in one group, the courtiers and army officers in another, and a small cordiality was shown between them. But the act of annexation was duly signed by all parties, and Garibaldi, formally resigning the dictatorship, left the room a private citizen once more. His first act in that capacity was to publish a letter calling on all Italians to rally round Victor Emmanuel and to be prepared to follow him next spring, 1,000,000 strong, against Rome or Venice. "By the side of the Re Galantuomo," he wrote, "every quarrel should disappear, every rancor be dissipated." Garibaldi's public utterances during this period of strained relations were as loyal as if every demand he made had been conceded by the king. Before nightfall he sent Missouri to tell the British admiral that he would leave for Caprera early the next morning, November 9th, and would come aboard the Hannibal to pay farewell visit before he quitted the bay. He spent the night in the Hotel d'Inghilterra in the Chiaja, talking with Missouri, Mario, Canzio, Zasio, and others of his intimate friends. As during all these last days he was in a melancholy and gentle mood, moving his followers to tears when he spoke of their parting on the morrow. In spite of the brave words of the proclamation in which he thanked his soldiers and called on them to be ready against the next spring, all felt in their hearts the presentiment that their day of glory was at an end. And so these men, who had seized occasion by the forelock, and had performed at the appointed moment the miracle never to be repeated, sat up all night in the hotel, and talked sadly of what they had done, and left undone. Next morning before dawn they went down together to the port. The city was still asleep, and there was no one to witness the departure, which had been kept secret from everyone except the British admiral. They took a boat, rowed over to the Hannibal, and came up the side of the great three-decker between the darkness and the first twilight. Admiral Mundi, still in his cot, was told that Garibaldi was in the cabin, and turned out with all haste to receive the strange man whom he had learnt to admire and love, while still keeping the open eye of common sense on his single-minded fanaticism. During a long talk in the cabin, Garibaldi invited Mundi to be his guest at his cottage at Caprera, and spoke much of the beautiful harbor between the island and the main, where Nelson had once anchored for the protection of his fleet. As they passed up from the cabin to the quarterdeck, Garibaldi saw the admiral's visiting book lying on the small table upon which 6 months before at Palermo he and the Bourbon generals had signed the armistice, the source of such mighty consequences. He sat down and wrote in the book in French, "G. Garibaldi owes to Admiral Mundi the most lively gratitude, which will last all his life, on account of sincere proofs of friendship with which he has been loaded in all kinds of circumstances." As he went down the ship's side, many of the officers and crew of the Hannibal were deeply moved, and the expressions which some of them afterwards used about the look of intense love upon his face testify to the unique effect of his presence upon men trained in no sentimental school of thought or character. From the Hannibal he rode to the Washington, the steamer that was to take him home. On her deck he parted from Canzio, Missouri, Mario, and his other friends, who returned to the quay. His last words to them were to meet again at Rome. Only his son Menotti and 1 or 2 persons of less importance sailed with him to the island. He returned thither as poor a man as he had left it in the spring. In the last 2 days Victor Emmanuel had offered him an estate for Menotti, the title of King's aide-de-camp for his younger son, a dowry for his daughter, a royal castle, and a steamer for himself, but he had refused them all. His secretary, Basso, had borrowed a few hundred francs of paper money from a friend for necessary expenses. He himself had stowed on board the Washington a bag of seed corn for his farm. With these spoils the steamer, almost unobserved, left port at break of day. He was soon back at his old daily occupation of man's primitive struggle with nature, at which, but for the call of a great epic and a great cause, he would so readily have spent his whole life. Again, the dawn and the twilight on the Straits of Bonifacio saw him at work among the granite boulders, industriously putting seed into the scrapings of earth which he called his fields, sheltering a few sad vines from the sweeping winds of the straits, calling up his cows by name from their pasturage among the wild, odorous brushwood, and seeking the strayed goats on the precipice top. Under these conditions the melancholy of his last days on the mainland soon left him. When, a few weeks later, a visitor came on business from Genoa, he found Garibaldi robust in health and radiant with a calm and serene joy. For when once he had been left alone again with his Mother Earth, between rock and sea and sky, no disappointment could prevent him from feeling in his heart the truth that he had done a mighty labor, and taken his share in a task which the years would soon complete, and the long generations ratify, the making of Italy. End of chapter 15. Epilogue of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Epilogue. I have now told the story of Garibaldi for the 2 years, 1849 and 1860, that give him his title to enduring fame. It is not my intention to carry any further the chronicle of his life, partly because the documents which alone could unfold the inner history of the affairs of Aspromonte and Mentana are not available. Still more because Garibaldi's actions after 1860 are no longer the hinge on which the fortunes of Italy revolve, but are merely important episodes in the movement to liberate Venice and Rome, which was brought to fruition by very different forces. But I feel the need to add here a few pages of summary, unnecessary to the student, but perhaps useful to the reader unfamiliar with the bare outlines of Garibaldi's subsequent career. In 1861, the spell of Italy's amazing good fortune was broken by the irreparable calamity of the death of Cavour. If he had died 2 years before, it is not improbable that Italy might still at this day be divided and enslaved. If he had lived 10 years longer, the young country would have escaped many falls in learning to walk. Cavour was succeeded by smaller men, who made it their custom to court popularity one day by flattering Garibaldi's designs on Rome, and on the next to arrest his movement in panic, when faced at close quarters by the inevitable collision with the Pope's protector, Napoleon III. In 1862, with a body of volunteers hastily got together in Sicily, he crossed the Straits of Messina and began his march for Rome. But on the plateaus of Aspromonte he was stopped by Victor Emmanuel's troops, who opened fire at sight. Obedient to his cardinal principle that civil war between patriots must not take place, he walked up and down in front of his men, forbidding them to return the fire, and while doing so was wounded in the foot by an Italian bullet. He was carried down, a prisoner and in great pain, from the mountain where 2 years before he had triumphed over the Bourbon armies. He had not fully recovered from the wound of Aspromonte when in 1864 he paid his famous visit to England. Never has any foreigner, hardly ever any native hero, been received as Garibaldi was received by our fathers. The quiet square in front of Stafford House, near St. James's Palace, is one of the rare places in modern London which is still a haunt of ancient peace, and few of those who hurry across it on their daily avocations would guess what scenes it witnessed when Garibaldi was lodged there. When the Duke of Sutherland's 4-horse carriage, containing the son of the skipper of Nice in his red shirt and grey blanket, struggled in the course of 6 hours through 5 miles of London streets, amid 500,000 of our people who had turned out to greet him, the wild procession made its way at length into this little square, startling its royal and ducal sanctities with democratic clangor. Then, amid a noise of shouting like the noise of the sea in storm, Garibaldi stepped out of the carriage, as calm as in the day of battle, into a circle of fair ladies and great statesmen on the steps of Stafford House, while the Duke's carriage, in which he had come, literally fell to pieces in the stable, strained to breaking point by the weight of thousands of strong arms that had snatched at and clung to its sides as it passed through a London gone mad with joy. After the long interval following the Chartist collapse, the tide of British democracy was just beginning to stir again with that peaceful but irresistible groundswell that resulted 3 years later, after the quietest of great crises, in the enfranchisement of the working men. The successful emancipation of Italy and the visit of Garibaldi had their part in stimulating this movement in England. To the common people it was an unexampled privilege to carry one of themselves in triumph through London streets, as if he had been Wellington or Caesar. But he won, no less, the hearts of the English upper classes, at the same time heartily antagonistic to continental clericalism and despotism. The Duchess of Sutherland drove him into schoolyard at Eton, followed by boys and masters shouting after him as if he had just won them the match against Harrow. While he was staying under Mr. Seeley's roof in the Isle of Wight, he went to visit his brother poet, always an enthusiast for Italian freedom. They smoked and repeated Italian poetry to each other with great fervor. "What a noble human being," wrote Tennyson when he had parted from his guest. "I expected to see a hero, and I was not disappointed." One cannot exactly say of him what Chaucer says of the ideal knight, "As meek he was of port as is a maid." He is more majestic than meek, and his manners have a certain divine simplicity in them, such as I have never witnessed in a native of these islands, among men at least, and they are gentler than those of most young maidens whom I know. In the worldly matters Tennyson noted that he had the divine stupidity of a hero. During the same month he saw much of Mr. Gladstone, his precursor, as he called him, in the liberation of Naples. Mr. Gladstone, though pained by his attenuated belief, thus spoke of his visit in after years. "We who then saw Garibaldi for the first time can many of us never forget the marvellous effect produced on our minds by the simple nobility of his demeanour, by his manners and his acts. Besides his splendid integrity, and his wide and universal sympathies, besides that seductive simplicity of manner which never departed from him, and that inborn and native grace which seemed to attend all his actions, I would almost select from every other quality this, which was in apparent contrast but real harmony in Garibaldi, the union of the most profound and tender humanity with his fiery valour." In 1866 the quarrel between the two German powers enabled Italy to acquire her present northeastern frontier, without that barter of her independence to France which Lord John Russell had always feared would be the price of Venice. While the Prussians defeated the main Austrian army in the plains of Bohemia, their Italian allies unsuccessfully attacked the Venetian quadrilateral. The regular army under La Marmora and Della Rocca was repulsed by the Austrians at Custoza, owing to bad generalship which failed to bring the great mass of troops into action. The naval disaster at Lissa under Persano was much worse. The only glimmer of partial success shone on the arms of Garibaldi and his volunteers in the Trentini Alps, though Garibaldi scored no remarkable victories such as he had won over the Austrians in his Alpine campaign of 1859. His vigor was not what it had once been. The regular army was preparing to renew the attack on Venetia when the war came suddenly to an end. The complete Prussian victory at Königgrätz had led to the surrender by Austria of her Venetian territory. All Italy was now free, except Rome and the small province in which it stood. In the autumn of 1867, Garibaldi, now turned 60, headed another rush on Rome, with an ill-selected mob of followers, very different from the 1,000 youthful veterans who had been so carefully picked out to follow him to Sicily 7 years before. At Mentana, the intervention of the French troops on behalf of the Populists turned the day against the Garibaldini, part of whom stood their ground and were moved down by the chassepôts, while part ran, as Garibaldi said, like cowardly rabbits. Hedged by French bayonets, Rome remained to the priests for 3 years more. Aspromonte and Mentana had at least kept the country's passion fixed steadily on Rome, and prevented the government from acquiescing in a state of things that appeared only too likely to become permanent, though it could never have given peace. But the end came at last. The result of the first battles of the Franco-Prussian War caused the withdrawal of the French garrison from Rome, and on September 20, 1870, less than 3 weeks after Sedan, Victor Emmanuel's Bersaglieri entered by the breach near the Port Pia. Garibaldi himself was kept away from the scene till all was over, but his old friends Bixio and Cosenz took part, as royal generals, in the final operations against Rome. Bixio made a feint against the Porta San Pancrazio, which he had once helped to defend for the Roman Republic, while Cosenz led the storming party up the beach on the other side of the city. So fell the temporal power, which Mazzini and Garibaldi had defied on the Janiculum 21 years before. Italy had her capital, and the Risorgimento epoch came to an end. 2 years later Mazzini died. In the winter of 1870, after the withdrawal of the French from Rome, the disposition of Napoleon III, and the proclamation of the Republic in Paris, Garibaldi's sympathies went round to the side of France, whom he regarded in the later stages of the struggle as a free country once more, despoiled and oppressed by a power representing the military and despotic principles of Eastern Europe. The old man summoned his followers and went off to defend the French Republic against the Prussians. But his military genius and energy had now departed from him. What his French allies complained of in Garibaldi was not his rashness, but his immobility, not the defects of his qualities, but the atrophy of his powers. Students of war who, knowing the Garibaldi of 1860, deduce therefrom the Garibaldi of 1870, or those who reverse the process to his disadvantage, are equally wrong, and their error is not one of degree, but of kind. The difference was not merely the difference between the Prussian soldiers and the Neapolitans, whom he had defeated in 1860. For in the days of his vigor, in 1859, he had defeated 6,000 of the best Austrian troops with half that number of volunteers. The fact was that Garibaldi had grown old, in all but his will to succor the oppressed. After his return from France, he lived on another dozen years to the age of 75. He was nearly always on Caprera, but occasionally he visited the mainland and Rome. It is entirely to the credit of his countrymen that they continued to regard him as a demigod, when his star had paled for the rest of Europe, and when it was only too apparent that this demigod was no more exempt than Tithonus from the ravages of age, and from other weaknesses of mortal men. The end came in his White House at Caprera on a June evening in 1882. The old sailor, farmer, and fighter was propped up on the pillows to watch for the last time the sunlight gliding the waves and the granite rocks. While his life was slowly ebbing out, 2 little birds whom he had taught not to fear him fluttered in from the moor and sat chirping on the window-sill. The attendants were about to drive them away lest they should disturb him, when that voice was heard once more by men, bidding them let the little birds come in, and always feed them after he was gone. And having given these orders, he went upon his last expedition. This year, 1911, Italy has been celebrating the 50th anniversary of her birth, which she dates from the official proclamation of the Italian kingdom in 1861, the immediate outcome of the events narrated in this volume. After the lapse of half a century, it is possible to see whether the men of the Risorgimento were building on the sand or on the rock. Nothing is more remarkable, though to believers in nationality and ordered liberty nothing is more natural, than the stability of the Italian kingdom. The oscillations of the structure that Cavour reared in the earthquake of 1860 went on for some 40 years, but the vibration has now ceased, and the building is as safe as any in Europe. Today, politics in Italy could be more easily criticized for their stagnation than for any dangerous tendency towards either revolution or reaction. The foundations of human liberty and the foundations of social order exist there on a firm basis. The growing difficulties of the social problem, common to all Europe, find at least mitigation in the free political institutions of a nation so recently created by the common efforts of all classes. In some European countries, freedom and order have not yet been secured, and until our fathers' times there was no reason to suppose that these benefits would accrue to Italy for many generations to come. The power of this great national movement has fortunately been directed only to the securing of Italian liberty and not to the oppression of others. No doubt the reason of this is the fortunate fact that no alien race dwells beside the Italian within the boundaries of the peninsula. There is no one for the Italian to oppress. But the result has been the unstained purity and idealism of patriotic emotion there, from the time of Mazzini's Young Italy to our own. While English, French, German, and Magyar freedom were all vindicated more or less at the expense of some other race or races, there is no one who can complain that he was enslaved in order that Italy might be free. No other power, certainly not Austria or the Pope, is the worse off for having been forced to yield the Italian soil to the Italian state. All diplomats now recognize what our British statesmen foresaw, how great is Europe's gain in peace and security by the success of the Risorgimento, in its own day the bugbear of diplomats. In this way the Italian question, for nearly 4 centuries the most frequent cause of international disturbance and war, has been laid to rest once for all. Italy, which has ever since the wars of Francis I and Charles V had been the arena wherein French and German ambition wrestled for supremacy, with England ever hovering, an uneasy spectator, on the skirts of a conflict so dangerous to the balance of power, Italy has now been neutralized, as securely as Switzerland, to the immense benefit of the cause of peace and goodwill among men. In Italy herself, it is the traditions of the Risorgimento that unite and elevate her children. All classes from king to workman, all provinces from Piedmont to Sicily, are bound together by these memories of a history so recent yet so poetical and so profound. Nor has any material progress been wanting, especially of late years in the north. In the south and in Sicily brigandage has been stamped out. Justice and order are far better in Italy than they ever have been, except under the Roman Empire, and then there was no liberty. In the Middle Ages the Italians could paint and build, and trade and write, but they murdered and tortured and slaughtered each other like fiends. The change towards humanity and freedom has been immense. The evils of modern Italy are the result of 2,000 years' misgovernment and 300 years of foreign domination and national death. The good is the revolt of the modern Italian against this ancient heritage of evil, and the Risorgimento, the resurrection as it is well called, was the symbol of that revolt. The comparison by which modern Italy fails is the comparison of her achievement with the ideals and the character of the men of her own Risorgimento. But if the comparison be made, materially, morally, or intellectually with the Italy of the 18th century, or of the Restoration after Waterloo, the balance is so immensely on the side of modern Italy that we feel that the men of the Risorgimento are justified and have essentially succeeded in their aim. Their sufferings and their deeds are recorded, not only as a high example and inspiration such as history too seldom affords, but because they have had practical consequences of great and beneficent import to succeeding generations. And what of Garibaldi himself? How will the Garibaldian legend, which turns out on examination to be true, live in the minds of succeeding generations? Garibaldi is not to be judged as a professional soldier leading modern armies, but as the greatest master that the world has seen of that special department of human activity known as revolutionary war. He could never have commanded a regular force of 100,000 men, though in his day he managed to defeat one. Owing to the size and efficiency of modern conscript armies, there cannot be another revolutionary war precisely of the Garibaldian type in the Europe of the coming era. But history is concerned with the past and not with the present or the future. In 1860 Garibaldi was the right man in the right time and place. But Garibaldi's claim on the memory of men rests on more than his actual achievements. It rests on that which was one part of his professional equipment as a soldier of revolution, but which surpasses and transcends it, his appeal to the imagination. He was a poet in all save literary power. He was guided in political and somewhat even in military situations by a poet's instincts and motives. He is perhaps the only case, except Byron for a few weeks in Greece, of the poet as a man of action. For most poets, if they ever take part in action, cease to be poetical. While he was alive, this quality was both his strength and his weakness, Samson's locks and Achilles' heel. But now that he is dead, the poetry in his character and career is all gain in his race for immortal laurels. The history of events is ephemeral, and for the scholar, the poetry of events is eternal, and for the multitude, it is the acted poem that lives in the hearts of millions to whom the written words of history and the written words of poetry are alike an unopened book. So Garibaldi becomes the symbol of Italia to her children in all ages to come and on either side of the Atlantic. As the centuries slip by, carrying into oblivion almost all that once was noble or renowned, Manzini's soul and Cavour's wisdom will be forgotten by the Italian who tends the vine or sweats beside the furnace, sooner than the old gray cloak and the red shirt that face of simple faith and love. And to us of other lands, and most of all to us Englishmen, Garibaldi will live as the incarnate symbol of two passions not likely soon to die out of the world, the love of country and the love of freedom, kept pure by the one thing that can tame and yet not weaken them, the tenderest humanity for all mankind. End of Epilogue. Appendix A of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Russell Manuscripts. By the great kindness of Mr. Rollo Russell, to whom, as to his sister, Lady Agatha Russell, I am much indebted for materials for the history of 1859 and 1860. I have been allowed to see the private correspondence with Italy of Lord John Russell while Secretary of Foreign Affairs. I have spoken on pages 28 through 30 above of the very great importance of these private letters, more particularly those of Henry Elliot, the British minister at Naples, and Sir James Hudson, the British minister at Turin. We see in them the process by which British statesmen were induced during the course of Garibaldi's expedition of 1860 to accept the idea of Italian unity, contrary to their previous views and intentions. Russell, Palmerston, and Gladstone had long been friends of Italian liberty, but they did not see that unity was the condition of liberty until they were convinced by events and by the letters of Hudson and Elliot, who were themselves converted to the doctrine of unity only by Garibaldi's success in Sicily. The following extracts and analysis will interest the student and even, I think, the general reader. 1860, May 1st. Hudson to Russell, from Turin. Garibaldi still at Quarto, preparing to sail for Sicily. I feel convinced that both France and Austria mean mischief. France will not tolerate the substantial aggrandizement of this country and its institutions, and Austria yet dreams of reconquest. If you abstain in Sicily and at Naples, Italy, in my opinion, has not much chance of being left to the Italians. May 4th, Hudson to Russell. 2 days before Garibaldi sailed. Hudson encloses a letter of Mr. Fenton's from Florence dated May 2nd, narrating on fairly reliable evidence that Victor Emmanuel at Florence had said that he would be at Naples before the end of the year. Hudson comments, I quite believe that he is capable of saying so, because when he received a sword of honor from the Romans, he said, Andremo al fondo, and because also he is in the habit of blurting out just what happens to be present in his mind at the moment. May 18th, Hudson to Russell. Garibaldi in Sicily, not yet in Palermo, 3 days after Calatafimi. Hudson advises against the union of North and South Italy because 1. Naples cannot be ruled from Turin or Florence with the Papal States intervening. This objection of Hudson's was removed in September when the Piedmontese overran and annexed the Papal Marches and Umbria. 2. The Neapolitans are too corrupt, and the entire civil and military administration is so abominable that their jurisdiction with North Italy, where honesty is the rule in public affairs, would merely produce a social decomposition and then a political putrefaction. We must therefore, argues Hudson, find a meso termine in order to arrive at the end Russell desires, viz., to check the Marat party and the French designs on South Italy. The mezzo termine recommended by Hudson is a prince of the House of Savoy on the throne of Naples and Sicily, guaranteed by France and England. This is to be got by amicable representation at Naples by France and England, which would result in either the grant of a constitution or an abdication. Either would do, but the latter would be best, for then a prince of the House of Savoy might be put into the vacant throne. I believe Cavour heartily desires an Anglo-French intervention at Naples. I cannot go and speak to him on the subject, but I have caused him to be sounded, and I have myself sounded some of the best and wisest heads on the matter. The above is the result. Here we see that as late as May 18, 1860, Hudson himself was not in favor of Italian unity. May 27th, Hudson to Russell. The day Garibaldi entered Palermo. I received your telegram this morning instructing me to ask Cavour to stop any more expeditions from Genoa and Tuscany. He told me some days ago he would not permit any repetition of the Garibaldi expedition, and I believe him. If so, Hudson was unusually credulous, for Cavour was at the moment helping his friends to fit out the expedition of Medici. May 31st, Hudson to Russell, first day of the armistice at Palermo. Hudson discusses whether there is truth in the rumors that Italy will make further concessions of territory to France in return for Venice or the South. Cavour denies it, and Hudson believes him. For my part, my belief is based not upon Cavour but on Cavour's necessities. You speak of Cavour as though he were the dictator, but he depends on public opinion. The deputies supported him in the cession of Savoy because they knew they must pay France for central Italy, and because the greater part of Nice is French in population, and Savoy is as reactionary as Ireland or the Vatican. But he could not command 50 votes to give away Sardinia or Genoa. The king told me that he had made the sacrifice of Savoy and Nice with a heavy heart, but there was no means of avoiding it. He added that he had paid his shot to France, and he would hang the first minister who proposed to make another cession. Supposing the king's word is worth no more than Cavour's, why should Venice be worth Genoa? In my opinion, Genoa is the real tête du pont of the king of Sardinia's dominions. To give Genoa means to give Spezia, in which case there is no Italy at all, and the Italians have no intention of changing an Austrian master for a French one. Cavour and Farini were here with me for an hour last night. They went over the whole question of Italy and her independence. They came here with a telegram announcing the fall of Palermo. I did not detect a word which smacked of further cessions to France, but I perceive very clearly that the more you hang back, the more easy do you make the propagation of French notions in Italy. Upon whom can the constitutional party in Italy lean on save upon us? And if we refuse to allow them to lean upon us, you force them to lean upon France. Consequently, if you abstain from interference in some shape or other in these Sicilian movements, you leave a free field to France. June 2nd, Elliot to Russell, from Naples, during armistice at Palermo. It is extremely fortunate that the protest of the Admiral Mundi against the bombardment was not listened to, for if it had been abandoned on that account, the success of insurgents would indubitably have been put upon our shoulders. But nevertheless, as it was not listened to, I am delighted that the protest should have been made. I do not feel much fear that the bombardment will be renewed, But it was charming to see how his defense was taken up by the nuncio, who gesticulated in favor of shells and shrapnel, till his purple stockings got almost scarlet with excitement. July 10th, Eliot to Russell, more than a month after the fall of Palermo. Eliot says he is favorable to complete annexation by Piedmont, either by means of Garibaldi continuing his career of victory, as he will do if the Sicilian settlement is delayed till he has crossed the straits, or else, as Eliot would prefer, by Piedmont declaring open war on the House of Bourbon. If Piedmont would come forward openly and say that she intends to take up arms for her Sicilian brothers, I think it would simplify matters much, for the whole concern would probably tumble down without much further trouble, and it would moreover be an infinitely more manly and credible course. The treaty ceding Sardinia and Genoa to France is apocryphal and comes from Vienna, but false rumors, adds Eliot, have often preceded such objectionable pretensions of France. July 16th, Hudson to Russell, from Turin, 4 days prior to the Battle of Milazzo. The Unionists of North and Central Italy that hold policy because they see in it their principal means of escape from all foreign influence, and for my part I cordially and entirely agree with them, for the very same reason that heretofore I advocated the annexation of Tuscany, because now that the notion of a prince of the House of Savoy has been set aside by the force of circumstances, I do see very great danger in the balance of power in the Mediterranean if France should, in the midst of the Neapolitan confusion, find a means to place a creature of her own on that throne or on both of the Sicilies. As to further compensation of France in the event of annexation of one or both of the Sicilies, Cavour exclaimed vehemently only last night, "I will guarantee that nothing of the sort shall happen. I want Italy for the Italians, not for the French." I replied that you were of opinion that if he only ran straight all would yet be well, and to this he solemnly declared that he would run straight. July 22nd, Farini to Russell, from Turin. Farini, Cavour's principal colleague, writes solemnly denying rumors circulating in Europe that Italy and France are negotiating for a cession of Sardinia and the Ligurian coast to France. July 31st, Russell to Farini, from Chesham Palace. Sir, I beg to assure you that I entirely believe your denial of the sinister rumors which have been spread. But we know that Count Cavour thought himself compelled to yield contrary to his declarations on the subject at Savoy and Nice, so that many say what happened once may happen again. For the present I entirely disbelieve any secret treaty. July 25th, Ricasoli to Russell, from Florence. Ricasoli writes to thank Lord John for his support of the Italian cause. La rigenerazione italiane repose uniquement sur son unité. Veuillez bien entrer persuadé, my lord. Il n'est de salut pour l'Europe que dans l'Italian nation, et il n'est pas de nation que dans l'unité. July 27th, Hudson to Russell. Garibaldi's army, victorious at Milazzo on the 20th, is arriving at Messina on the Straits. To state what are the plans of Cavour would be to do that which he himself would not dare to attempt, for my belief is that he has no plan. He is a waiter upon Providence and the chapter of accidents. The general aspect of affairs is a complete imbroglio for which there would, as a choice of evils, appear to be no other remedy than annexation. If, therefore, I am an advocate of that principle, it is rather because it appears to me to be less prejudicial to the British interests, of which you remind me, than the anarchy of Sicily and Naples and the discontent of northern Italy. July 28th, Eliot to Russell. 3 or 4 days after Lacaita's visit to Russell's house. De Martino is evidently much vexed that you will not join in preventing Garibaldi from crossing the straits, though I scarcely think he can have really expected that you would, as I have over and over again told him, not to reckon on any such help. July 31st, Hudson to Russell, Garibaldi still at Messina. A long reasoned letter to prove that the unity of Italy is in accordance with British interests. To constitute Italy under duality is not easy with public opinion opposed. I was then a duellist. I continued to be so till the capture of Palermo. I then proposed a prince of the House of Savoy. You received the notion coldly and did nothing to promote it. The tidal wave of unity which the victory of Palermo set in motion carried that idea to the frozen sea of diplomatic nostrums. The Neapolitans are turning to Victor Emmanuel as the only man to save them from anarchy and civil war, plunder and massacre, and licentious foreign soldiery, and a degraded mob. After stating many suggested solutions and the objection to each, he writes, "It is not then my sympathies with Italy, but my sympathy with the British interests, which lead me in the face of existing circumstances to advocate the least prejudicial of these various issues, the unity of Italy. The interests of Italy turn naturally rather towards Germany than France, provided Germany will allow her. There is no reason why Austria should not give a real efficient protection to Italy. They have great interests in common, and they have a common danger, France. But then this protection should be a moral one, not such an interest as Rudolph of Habsburg tried to create in Italy by corrupt bargain with Rome. It should be a protection shared by England and Prussia, with no other guarantee, no other pact than that which springs from natural necessities shared in common and felt by all. If Austria would consent to cede Venice, she would find security, compensation, and safety. She would establish her finances and gain a barrier on her western frontier, which would be impregnable so long as England is mistress of the sea. Such a league of Austria, Prussia, Italy, and England, argues Hudson, would put an end to all our fears of French hegemony." In view of the argument used by Hudson in this letter in favor of Italian unity, compare the letter of Lord Palmerston on January 10, 1861. Upon the subject of Italy, Your Majesty reminds Viscount Palmerston that he stated last summer that it would be better for the interests of England that southern Italy should be a separate monarchy, rather than it should form part of a united Italy. Viscount Palmerston still retains that position, because a separate kingdom of the two Sicilies would be more likely, in the event of war between England and France, to side, at least by its neutrality, with the strongest naval power, and it's to be hoped that such power would be England. But then it would be necessary that the twin Sicilies, as an independent and separate state, should be well governed and should have an enlightened sovereign. This, unfortunately, has become hopeless and impossible under the Bourbon dynasty, and no Englishman could wish to see a Murat or a Prince Napoleon on the throne of Naples. The course of events since last summer seems to have finally decided the fate of Sicily and Naples. There can be no doubt that for the interest of the people of Italy, and with a view to the general balance of power in Europe, a united Italy is the best arrangement. The Italian kingdom will never side with France from partiality to France, and the stronger that kingdom becomes, the better able it will be to resist political coercion from France. The chief hold that France will have upon the policy of the Kingdom of Italy consists in the retention of Venetia by Austria. August 11th. Elliot to Russell. Garibaldi still on Sicilian side of Straits of Messina. Villamarina told me this morning, but again swore me to secrecy, that Victor Emmanuel has just received a letter from Prince Napoleon, saying that the time has come for securing the independence of Italy. Courage on your part is all that is now required. But Elliot adds that the Piedmontese government, frightened of the men around Garibaldi, have instructed Villamarina to do all he can to prevent Garibaldi from coming over, but without letting it appear as if Piedmont was doing so. The object in this is to get a revolution in Naples for annexation without a Garibaldian dictatorship. But Elliot prophesies correctly that the Neapolitans have so little pluck that the attempt to anticipate Garibaldi will fail. August 20th. Elliot to Russell. Garibaldi just crossing the straits. The only tolerable situation which I see remaining is that there should be war between Naples and Sardinia. The former dare not quarrel, and I am afraid the latter may continue to think it more profitable to go on working underground. But open war would be infinitely more credible, and it would avoid the dangers both of Maecenism and reaction through which we shall otherwise have to pass. If this were to be done, Naples would be settled, but we should then have the affairs of Rome and Venetia which must arise out of the annexation of Naples. If the Neapolitans shook off their king for themselves, it is perhaps possible that they might be induced to be satisfied with the second son of Victor Emmanuel, but there is little chance of their doing their work for themselves, and those who do it will impose the new arrangement on them, viz. Annexation. August 24th, Hudson to Russell. The expeditions of Garibaldi have ceased, bona fide, and as the fine weather has set in, the country people are thinking more of their harvest than politics. Turin is deserted. The king is in the mountains shooting chamois, and nearly all the diplomats are gone too. And Cavour was meanwhile making his final arrangements for the invasion of the Papal States. I wonder whether Hudson really knew this. September 1st, Elliot to Russell. From Naples, 6 days before Garibaldi entered Naples. Narrates discovery of what is called Count Trapani's reactionary plot, which has led to the resignation of the constitutional ministers. But their resignation is not yet accepted. The National Guards almost insist on the ministry remaining in, and say that if it does so, the tranquillity of the town will be guaranteed by them. But the ministers, or rather Di Martino, insist on going, and say that if the king becomes privy to plots for their arrest, which was part of the program of Trapani's plot, they cannot remain in to please the National Guard, or to become the government not of the king but of the people. In a few hours it must be settled one way or the other. I cannot yet give any true details of this plot, but the French connection of the leaders both of it and of Count Aquiles is a remarkable feature. The most prominent man in the present one is Prince Castropiano, and Prince Ischitella is also said to be in it, and both of these men I pointed out to you as devoted to French interests. It was also a Frenchman in whose rooms the compromising papers were found, and I believe Brenier has called for his liberation. In fact, on all sides there is an atmosphere of intrigue that bewilders me. September 7th, Hudson to Russell. Day of Garibaldi's entry into Naples, a few days prior to Cavour's invasion of Papal States. Cavour must choose between one of the horns of his dilemma, either intervention with Victor Emmanuel or anarchy with Garibaldi. Of course he chooses for the former, but we see now what the Garibaldi expedition has produced. Cavour told me this morning that he would willingly have avoided all this, but being determined not to let Garibaldi and the Mazzanians get the whip hand, he is forced to resort to extreme measures in order to avoid the Venetian difficulty. When I read your dispatch to him this morning, he said, "Believe me, Garibaldi shall not attack Venice. If Venice is ever attacked, it will be by an Italian army. I have no intention of attacking Venice, and this Lord John may rely on." This appears to mean he will attack Venice when he is strong enough to do so, but that day appears to me to be distant. October 16th, Elliot to Russell, a fortnight after the Battle of the Volturno. General Tour, who is Garibaldi's right hand, says that the town of Naples furnished 80 fighting men to Garibaldi's army of 20,000 Italian volunteers at the front protecting Naples. October 30th, Elliot to Russell. Last days of Garibaldi's dictatorship. No change of any kind has taken place here since I last wrote, except that the necessity of having a government becomes daily more and more apparent, and each day adds immensely to the difficulty that will be experienced in setting matters a little straight after the universal and wholesale plunder and confusion, which is by degrees becoming a system. October 19th, Hudson to Russell. Victor Emmanuel advancing from Ancona to Naples. The King has sent me through the General Ceroli a message to the following effect, that considering the jealousy with which his constitutional system of government is regarded by most sovereigns, and especially by Austria, Russia, and France, and the lukewarm support of Prussia, he has no one to rely on for moral support save England, and he would esteem it as a favour if on his arrival at Naples he could be supported by a British representative. The moral support was forthcoming in Lord John Russell's famous dispatch of October 27th. It contained the sentiment, "It appears that the late proceedings of the King of Sardinia have been strongly disapproved by several of the principal courts of Europe. But Her Majesty's government must admit that the Italians themselves are the best judges of their own interests." The publication of this dispatch produced in Italy the effect recorded in the following letters. November 2nd, Hudson to Russell. Cavour begs me to make you his warmest acknowledgments for your dispatch, number 195. Yesterday it would have done your heart good could you have seen him read your number 195. He shouted, rubbed his hands, jumped up, sat down again. Then he began to think, and when he looked up, tears were standing in his eyes. Behind your dispatch he saw the Italy of his dreams, the Italy of his hopes, the Italy of his policy. November 12th, Elliot to Russell. For the past week Naples and I believe Italy have been more occupied about your dispatch to Hudson than about anything else. And though you must have been in great measure prepared for it, you can hardly quite have expected the immense sensation it has made. Villamarina's first exclamation was that it was worth more than 100,000 men, and King Victor Emmanuel appears to have spoken to Admiral Mundy in terms almost as strong. November 16th, Cavour to Russell, thanking him for the dispatch. Le pays moral que vous nos prêtez d'accéder constance prime nous permettra, j'espère, d'establir sur des bases larges solides l'édifice de la nation italienne. Ma vive reconnaissance pour le service immense que vous venez de rendre à l'Italie. Mr. Otto Russell to Lord John Russell. Rome, December 1st, 1860. My dear uncle, ever since your famous dispatch of the 27th, you are blessed night and morning by 20 millions of Italians. I could not read it myself without deep emotion, and the moment it was published in Italian, thousands of people copied it from each other to carry it to their homes and weep over it for joy and gratitude in the bosom of their families, away from brutal mercenaries and greasy priests. Difficult as the task is the Italians have now before them, I cannot but think that they will accomplish it better than we any of us hope. For every day convinces me more and more that I am living in the midst of a great and real national movement, which will at last be crowned with perfect success, notwithstanding the legion of enemies Italy still counts in Europe. Your affectionate nephew, Otto Russell. While this book is being printed in 1911, an important document has come to hand through the kindness of Mr. William Warren Vernon, who finds in his diary under the date February 22, 1870, the following contemporary entry. Reached the Hotel Vittoria at San Remo at 5:30. We dined with Lord and Lady Russell, who live close by. Lord Russell is looking very well. Lacaita, he and Lady Russell discussed how in July 1860, when Persigny was trying to induce Lord John to stop Garibaldi's landing in Italy from Messina, he, Lacaita, being very ill at the time, managed to see Lady John, who was ill in bed. She however received him and sent for Lord John, who was mightily surprised to find Lacaita there, who immediately attacked him on the treaty he was supposed to be arranging with Persigny to have an Anglo-French fleet in the Straits of Messina to prevent Garibaldi from crossing to Italy. After a long discussion which nearly exhausted Tino, who was very ill, Lord John said to him, "Go to bed, and don't be so sure that I'm going to sign the treaty yet." Tino went home to bed, and 2 hours after, George Eliot, then Lord John's secretary, came to tell him from Lord John to be of good cheer. Tino took the hint, sent for D'Azeglio, and dictated a telegram to Cavour, implying that the intended treaty was at an end. Garibaldi was accordingly undisturbed. How few people knew that this was owing to Lacaita. I myself heard Lord John Russell confirm the story. This passage from Mr. Vernon's diary puts the story beyond all possible doubt, by proving that Lord and Lady Russell bore out Lacaita's account of it. With the Hudson letter, the chain of evidence is now complete. End of Appendix A. Appendix B of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expeditions of volunteers from North Italy who joined Garibaldi after the first sailing of the Thousand in May. On May 24th, leaving Genoa, was the Utile. Approximate number of men on board was 60, under Annetta, chiefly arms and ammunition. Leaving Genoa on the night of June 8th and 9th, the Utile, the second voyage, along with Charles and Jane, the American clipper, had 900 or 1,000 men under Corte, was captured at sea and taken to Gaeta, released and came out again in the Amazon, which left Genoa July 15th. They were just in time for the Battle of Milazzo. The following is Medici's expedition, which had close on 2,500 men with 8,000 firearms and much ammunition. On the night of June 9th and 10th, the Washington, French steamer belonging to the Messageries Imperiales, left Genoa with 1,200 or 1,400 with Medici in person, paired and the Morios on board. On the night of June 9th and 10th, Oregon, French steamer, left with 209 under Caldesi. Some estimate a little higher. On June 10th, from Leghorn, the Franklin, Amsterdam, French steamer, left Genoa with 800 men under Malanchini. On June 29th, the Medea left Genoa with 365 or 650 men under Fazioli. The following is Cozent's expedition with over 2,000. On July 2nd, the Washington left Genoa on her second voyage, with 1,270 with Cozent's in person. Also on July 2nd, the Provence left Genoa with 770 men on board. On July 7th, the Oregon left Genoa on the second voyage with 404 men under Sicoli. On July 9th, the Provence left Genoa on her second voyage with 765 men under Curci. On July 9th, Salmon left Genoa with 526 men under Vaccacceri. On July 10th, Isere with 407 men under Chiravenga left Genoa. On July 10th or the 11th, City of Aberdeen left Genoa with 900 men under Strambio. On July 15th, the Amazon, a British ship, left Genoa with the men of Corte's Gaeta battalion on board. On July 16th, the Provence, on its third voyage, left Genoa with 405 men under Casaro. On July 18th, Città di Torino, a large steamer formerly belonging to Chia Transatlantica, left with 1,535 men under Sacchi. On July 21st, the Franklin left Genoa on the second voyage with 564 men under Gobi. On July 21st or 22nd, the Amazon left Genoa on her second voyage with about 390 men under Berti. On July 23rd, Iseri on the second voyage left Genoa with 413 men or 423. On July 6th or the 8th, the Provence left Genoa on her fourth voyage with 211 men under Pietro Cortes. On July 10th to the 15th, Iseri's third voyage left Genoa with the Amazon, Bizzottine, and Città di Torino, with approximately 1,800 men on board. These ships carried approximately 3,708 men on board. Leaving Genoa on about August 11th and reaching Calgary by August 15th were the General Garibaldi carrying 680 men, the R.D. Shepherd, an American ship, carrying approximately 1,500 men. Leaving from Spezia and reaching Calgary on August 15th was the Weasel, an English ship, carrying approximately 32 men. On August 16th, the Sydney Hall left Genoa with 542 men. On August 20th, the Provence on her fifth voyage left Genoa with approximately 582 men. On September 1st through the 3rd, from Fabo Leghorn, the Garibaldi, Pollicci, and San Nicola departed with 2,000 men. These various expeditions together make a total of about 21,000 men. Besides the ships in the above list which took them in south, there were many other ships engaged in carrying arms and stores, as the large Queen of England, and the Independence, the small Ferret and Badger, which together with the Weasel in the list above, were the 5 steamers bought by Bertani's Central Committee. We also find mention of the ships Spedizione and Colonnello, Sacchi taking out stores in the Milan MSS, Archivo Bertani, Plici Lilive. The expeditions of June and July, especially those of Medici and Cosenz, were fitted out, paid for, and sent mainly by the Corvarian National Society, and by the Million Rifles Fund, financed for the purpose by the government itself. But the larger expeditions of August were fitted out and paid for and sent mainly by Bertani's Central Committee and the more advanced parties, who also bought the Queen of England, the Independence, and the Ferret and the Badger, steamers used only for carrying arms from Genoa, and therefore not mentioned in the above list. End of Appendix B. Appendix C of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The rival organizations that helped Garibaldi. 1. The list of 17 cities where Bertani's committee had local committees runs as follows: Modena, Parma, Forli, Bologna, Reggio, Ferrara, Piacenza, Florence, Leghorn, Faenza, Ravenna, Rimini, Cuneo, Brescia, Bergamo, Cremona, and Milan. I do not think that the list is complete, but it seems to show that the committee was active in Lombardy, Tuscany, and the Romagna, and to a less extent in Piedmont. The Covarian National Society, whose seat was in Turin, was most active of all the cities of Piedmont, but it also had a very active local committee in the towns of Romagna, not excluding those in which there were also local committees of Bertani's. In Tuscany, the committee initiated in May by Amari and Malanchini worked hard in conjunction with La Farina and Medici, quarreling with Bertani. Second, the accounts of Bertani's committee are given in Bertani Reso. They were most scrupulously kept and stood the audit, as Bertani's critics readily admit. The total sum received was 6,201.60 lira 13 cents. But of this sum 5/6 was sent to Bertani by Garibaldi, 5,106,655 lira 45 cents from Sicily, and 201,632 lira 5 cents from Naples. In this way Sicily was made to pay for the liberation of Naples, as the price of its own liberation, for it was the 5,000,000 lira from Sicily that principally paid for Pianciani's great expeditions in August, equipped by Bertani. Garibaldi had been lucky enough to capture from the Bourbon government an immense quantity of treasure in the Secca or Mint of Palermo when he took the town. They had, by great good luck for Garibaldi, been calling in old money to make a recoinage. A large part of the 5,000,000 from Sicily came from this source. The total of the private subscriptions received by Bertani's committee amounts to 851,735 lira 28 cents. The subscription list, including the sums from 150 upwards, is given in full in Bertani's Reso. The Cavorian National Society and the Million Rifles Fund probably drew subscriptions from richer classes on the average and were more patronized by the municipalities voting rates to help Garibaldi. The National Society received and spent over 1,000,000 lira. The Million Rifles Fund, besides many thousands of rifles and muskets, supplied more than 2,000,000 lira. Of these 2 millions, a large part was furnished by subscription, or out of municipal rates, and another large part by the royal government. The royal government, through the agency of the National Society, itself secretly paid for the arms brought to Garibaldi by Angenta in the Utile on its first voyage. Since the Utile left Genoa on May 24th, before the taking of Palermo, we have here evidence that Cavour financially assisted Garibaldi's expedition before its initial success was assured. Mr. Nelson Gay has proved this from documents in his possession in his article from the Deutsche Review, December 1910, page 313. End of Appendix C. Appendix D of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The state of Sicily under the dictator and his pro-dictators. This is an obscure subject, and I'm not aware of any work of careful historical research dealing with it. The noise that was made about the outbreak of social war at Bronte shows that these disturbances were local and exceptional. They were very promptly suppressed by Bixio. The history of the march of Eber's column through the heart of Sicily from June 20th to July 15th, recorded in great detail in the Times Morning Post at Amoli, Tours Division, Abinot, and elsewhere, shows on the whole a peaceable state of society in the villages, considering that they were in process of revolution. Some banditti complained of by the villagers were arrested by the Garibaldini. But from Amari's letter of August 3rd, quoted below, one would gather that the country grew more disturbed near Palermo at the beginning of August. La Farina himself admits that, in spite of the disorder, the taxes and duties are paid. But he is no doubt right in complaining that there was still considerable disorder and delay in the work of the magistracy, police, and judicature of the island within a month of the taking of Palermo. It will be well to record the impressions of several impartial and well-informed persons. 1. The British consul Goodwin, who had been many years in the island, and was perhaps the man most generally trusted there, reported to his government that peace and order in Palermo as early as June 11th were far better than the state of things after the revolution of 1848, which he had witnessed. In no subsequent passage in his political journal or official correspondence for the year does he complain of a lapse towards anarchy, either in Palermo or in the island. 2. Michele Amari, a most impartial observer, a moderate Cavourian, who was in his native island from the beginning of July onwards, writes on July 3rd, "In Palermo nothing is heard of the thefts, homicides, and other violent acts of 1848. I can affirm this. They have, until a few days ago, continued to kill some of the ex-police agents, but the case is exceptional. It is bad certainly, but does not prove anarchy." On July 6th he writes, "If I am not mistaken, the condition of the country is far from anarchy, as some cry out, seeing there is neither the order of quiet times nor authority in the proper hands. In Palermo, though the week before I came one of Maniscalco's ex-police agents was killed. There is complete security of person and property. Business is conducted as usual. People frequent the streets until late at night. Up country there are perhaps local parties with their quarrels and revenges, but I have not heard recently of any spilling of blood, and I hope that gradual order will recover its natural balance." A month later, on August 3rd, he writes less hopefully of every sort of disorder in the provinces, though in Palermo there is security and tranquillity as in the time of peace. In the provinces the stupid local parties tear each other to pieces, ambitious of power, vain and greedy. In some places they come to blows, and the robbers, let out from the prisons, feast and riot in the countryside, particularly in the district of Palermo. There is ample provision under the laws, but who enforces them? The governors of the districts and provinces have done badly with a few exceptions. The National Guard, through fault of the governors or owing to municipal quarrels, is powerless to combat the robberies and acts of violence. He very wisely says that nothing but a strong force of gendarmes from the north, neither Sicilian nor Neapolitan, can enforce order in the island. This was one of the strongest arguments for an early annexation. 3. Tours, though he served Garibaldi well, was almost as much of Cavour's as of Garibaldi's party, and was bitterly attacked by Bertani's friends. But in July he wrote to the papers to protest against La Farina's interference in Sicily. La Farina, Tours wrote, depicts Sicily in prey to anarchy and declares that the setting up of the National Guard was opposed in every way. This is false. Tours says that there was no ill feeling between parties in Palermo till La Farina came and stirred it up, and that it died down after his departure. 4. Nievo, one of the 1,000, remained at Palermo from June to December as military intendant, supplying Garibaldi's armies. He saw the inside of Sicily all that year. He was an honourable and an intellectual man, though he cannot, like Amari and Tour, be called impartial as between Garibaldi and Cavour. For whatever his opinion was worth, he wrote on October 16th, "Pay no attention to the talk about anarchy here. Order is perfect, as it never was before in Sicily." 5. The Times special correspondent Eber the Hungarian, writing from Castrogiovanni in the middle of the island on July 10th, says, "Garibaldi from the first moment of his arrival in Sicily has adopted the policy of leaving the internal administration of the country in the hands of Sicilians, and every day shows that he was right in this measure, for in the great general greediness of employees the nomination of any one but Sicilians would have been looked upon as an intrusion. It is only justice to say that in spite of this office hunt, public tranquillity has not suffered in more than 3 or 4 communes in the whole island, and even in these the disturbances happened before the regular government was established. In all the rumours of disturbances which you hear there is not a word of foundation, and this is perhaps the greatest of all the wonders which Garibaldi has achieved since his arrival in Sicily, for to his prestige alone must this be attributed." End of Appendix D. Appendix E of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The arms of the campaign. The following 3 statements can be made with confidence. 1. That practically the whole of the Bourbon infantry were armed with rifles. 2. That the 1,000, except the Genoese carabineers, had smooth-bore muskets of an obsolete pattern. 3. That after the arrival of Medici at Palermo, one part of the Garibaldini had rifles and another part smooth-bore muskets. The doubtful problem is whether among the Garibaldini the rifles were the general rule and the muskets the exception, or vice versa. I will place before the reader all the pieces of evidence which I have been able to collect on this point. 1. My friend, Mr. J. A. Dolmage, an officer in the British Army both before and after 1860, was on leave from his regiment and travelling Sicily in 1860. He joined Garibaldi's forces in June, was unofficially attached to Tour's brigade, saw most of the fighting in the campaign, and was professionally well fit to speak on its technical side. He sends me the following notes. Smoothbore. The 1,000 were armed with military smoothbore muskets. These had evidently been sold as obsolete by Piedmont and other European countries, and could be purchased very cheaply, I should think. The Sicilian and Calabrian volunteers were armed with smoothbore muskets, many of these being weapons which had been disposed of by our own army and the East India Company. They were purchased for probably from 10 to 14 shillings apiece. The smoothbore weapon was not at all an unsuitable firearm for the tactics of Garibaldi, which was to get as quickly as possible to close quarters with the enemy, when the bayonet became of use. These muskets were sighted up to 300 yards, but after the first 100 yards or so it was quite a matter of chance if men hit what they aimed at. On the other hand, the rifle was not of service to a soldier until he had been properly trained to use it. The squadre, the Sicilian irregular bands, had a very primitive and curious gun of their own. It could make a noise and kill bird or man, but at no very great distance. It was not in any way suited for a bayonet, and was fired by means of a percussion cap. Rifle. The men of Peard's company were armed with revolving rifles. Colt, an American, the inventor of this weapon, had presented 100 of these to Garibaldi. Not only were they troublesome to load, but the user, in firing, would sometimes have his left wrist badly scorched from the breech. The Colt's revolving rifle was the only thing like a breech loader in Garibaldi's army. Medici's expedition brought the first Enfield rifles. Major Wolfe received 135 of these for his foreign company, and they were the only rifles of any kind with Eber's brigade in Sicily. Though it was of course a muzzle loader, the Enfield was an excellent rifle, and was sighted up to 900 yards. The men of Cozant's brigade, whom I met at Milazzo, were in possession of Enfields. The English Legion had them also. I should say, too, that others had been placed in the hands of the best Italian volunteers. Neapolitan Army. The Bourbon forces were very well equipped and armed. They were strong in cavalry and had excellent artillery also. At the operations before Capua, they had several rifled field pieces, very unusual at that time. The infantry soldiers were armed with a good serviceable mini rifle with a large bore. This bore struck me as so large that I made inquiry on the subject, and was told that the weapons were muskets which had been sent to Austria to have the barrels grooved, and so converted into rifles. I do not, however, vouch for the truth of this story. The cacciatori, light infantry, sharpshooters in fact, had a shorter rifle but with the same bore. There were several regiments of cacciatori which were looked on as picked troops. It is possible that there may have been smooth-bore muskets in the Neapolitan army, but I never saw any. In Sicily, on such occasions as the surrenders at Palermo and Milazzo, the Neapolitans marched out with their arms, which they retained by agreement. In Calabria, however, where many surrenders took place, the arms must have been handed over to our people, but I do not know what became of them, nor whether any were given over for use to our volunteers. We took a large number of prisoners on the 1st and 2nd of October, and several thousand stand of arms thus came into the possession of Garibaldi's people. But as Capua surrendered during the first days of November following, these came to us a little late for use. 2. Mr. A. B. Patterson writes to me, "Dune's men were certainly armed with Enfield rifles. I remember my own perfectly. I believe all the men in Medici's command were so armed. It is problematic that Dune's Sicilians, a regiment which of course had little training, should have been selected for arming with rifles in preference to the picked troops of which Medici's command was mainly composed. Most of these had been in service in 1859, either under Garibaldi or in the Sardinian army. My belief is that rifles were the rule at Milazzo. Probably only the newly raised squadre who were not, I think, engaged at Milazzo were armed with smooth bores. I may add that Dune's men had no target practice at Palermo. They had blank cartridge practice only, so they were not able to make the best use of their weapons. But it did not matter much. Everywhere the contest was decidedly at close quarters. The enemy was so sheltered by walls, trees, etc., that we did not see him until very near, and the firing was mainly at close quarters. Success was obtained by the constant, determined advance always under heavy fire and against a brave enemy in a strong position, superior in numbers and of course in training. Only the heroic leading of Garibaldi and his lieutenants made the victory possible. I venture to claim Dune and Wyndham among the best of these. 3. In Times, August 4th, page 10, column 2. The special correspondent, who took part in the Battle of Milazzo, says that Medici's men were then armed with Enfield rifles. 4. Mariotti, a veteran of Malanchini's regiment, the Tuscan part of Medici's expedition which came out of the Franklin, in his detailed and generally accurate memoirs says, "Our firearms were those of the Million Rifles Fund. Rifles come from America, small bore, with the barrels varnished black. They were technical perfection for that period." Mr. Dolmage says these are clearly the Enfields, and that Mariotti mistook in supposing they came from America. They came from England. 5. Captain C. S. Forbes, R.N., who arrived at Milazzo from Palermo within a few days of the battle, was familiar with Garibaldi and many of his principal followers, writes of the victors in that battle. "Generally speaking, the entire force was armed with Enfields, but few knew how to develop the use of those deadly weapons, the sights being deemed a superfluity." But he adds, "A musket or rifle, 60 rounds of ammunition, a water bottle, and for the most part an empty haversack, and you have the impedimenta of a Garibaldian." 6. Guerzoni speaks of Medici as bringing with him to Palermo in June 8,000 carbine regate, or English rifles. But in a footnote on the same page, the list supplied by Guastalla, the secretary of the Million Rifles Fund, we read of 4,850 faculi francese, 200 carbine Enfield, 200 fiduci de ligre. Now the word fucili may either mean rifles or smooth bores. 7. Finzi, a director of the Million Rifles Fund, in his letter of September 6, 1869, says that the directors had given the preference to French fucili model of 1842, which that government had abandoned, but which had done good service in the campaign of 1859, besides fucili of the Prussian army, which had also been changed. The directors had also obtained a good number of carbini and Austrian rifles, besides 2,000 new Enfield carabini. This leads me to suppose that the statement in Guersoni's note about 200 Enfields is a misprint for 2,000, especially as in that case the numbers 4,850 plus 2,000 plus 200 would amount to something near the 8,000 spoken of in Guersoni's text. Later in his letter, Finzi speaks of 200 excellent Austrian rifles and 3,744 Prussian fucili as the property of the fund. 8. Medici himself, in his letter to Garibaldi, uses the ambiguous term 8,000 fucili, but he speaks of 10,000 fucili e molte munizioni, oltre le carabine Enfield, destinati ad amare la mia spedizione, over and above the Enfield rifles destined to an army my own expedition, which consisted of 2,500 men. 9. In the letters of the ministers to de Azeglio about the weapons in the Million Rifles Fund armory at Milan, the ambiguous word fucili is employed. 10. After the Battle of Milazzo, the British steamer Queen of England brought to Garibaldi's camp at Faro, on August 15th, a few days before he crossed the Straits of Messina, 23,500 Enfield rifles from England in 1,175 cases, and several rifled cannon. This bears out Times, August 23, page 9, C4, and Forbes 141. The rifled cannon were not used in Calabria, but there were rifled cannon at the Volturno on both sides. Putting together these various pieces of evidence, I am inclined to believe that Medici's and Cozent's men and Dune's regiment were at the Battle of Milazzo armed with good rifles, which they had not yet learned to use properly, but that most of Eber's column and a great many of the Sicilians and subsequently the Calabrians were armed with smooth bores. End of Appendix E. Appendix F of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Battle of Milazzo. 1. Here I give a list of the principal authorities which I have studied for this battle, in traversing this and all my other accounts of actions in the campaign. If critics find one or another of these authorities going counter to statements in the text, they must bear in mind that in points of military detail, even first-hand authorities and eye-witnesses contradict each other, not infrequently, and that therefore I have been forced in collating the different accounts, to come to a separate conclusion on each incident, deciding in each several case in favor of one authority and against another for reasons which it would take a separate volume to set out in full. In the general aspects of the strategy and tactics there is much less difficulty, especially when the ground has been visited. A. Bourbon first-hand authorities. The first of Bosco's long reports can be found in Cronaca 207-209. A second, later one, originally printed in the Neapolitan Rivista Militare, August 1860, can be found reprinted in 3 places: Palmieri, page 30 and 40-46, Nova Messi 23-25, and Gas di Milano, August 20th to the 21st, 1860, translated back again from a French version. Zerilli, document 5, gives a letter from Bourbon officer Di Civio, section 3, pages 313 through 317, and Franchi, section 1, pages 73 through 76, are second-hand, drawn from Bosco's report. B. Garibaldian first-hand authorities are Medici, Times, August 4, 1860, Piaggia, the best authority on the topography, Zerilli, Milazzo, Mistralis, Denin, Castellini, Mario Mac, and Redshirt, Guerzoni, Morning Post, August 9, 1860, Milan Manuscript, Cosenz and Bruzzi and Bronzetti, Section 1, page 3, Nelson Manuscript in my hands, Rome Manuscript, Savi, Mancini, Paolucci's Correro, Paird's Journal Manuscript, and Cornhill, Branaccio, Brondi, Uzzili, Mariotti, and Fovielli, for Mancini's defeat on left wing, Pozzi, Durand, Breger, for Bice, Magni Forbes arrived just after the battle, as did Mr. Dolmage, Mario, and Piaggia. Milazzo, Campo, page 136 through 137, and Baroni for Cortes Gaeta Battalion. I have also had the great advantage of conversations with Mazzori, Cancio, Tedaldi, and Scalvo, and my own countrymen Patterson and Dolmage. See Appendix E above on arms used in the battle. Good second-hand authorities are Villari Cosp Tours Division, Rusto. 2. The numbers on both sides. In no case may the numbers be calculated from statements made by the opposite side. The Bourbon generals officially state that their force in Milazzo at 122 officers and 4,514 men. That was the total number of men against whom Garibaldi had to act. But of those about 1,000 were the normal garrison of Milazzo Castle. The infantry of this garrison did not take part in the fighting outside the walls of the fortress on July 20th, but lent 100 men to help carry off the wounded. Bosco's expeditionary force, making up the rest of the 4,514 men and 122 officers, and therefore over rather than under 3,000, consisted of 3 battalions of cacciatori, 1st, 8th, and 9th regiments, the crack troops of the Neapolitan army, together with a mountain battery of 8 pieces and a squadron of cavalry. All arms were first-rate troops and behaved well on July 20th. If Bosco did not use all these troops of his own force, excluding the garrison, it was his own fault, and his statement that only 1,600 of them took part in the battle is a quibble, for in the same sentence he admits that 900 more formed the reserve, and that some of these did actually fire a few shots. Also in both his reports he complains that the reserve were sent into action too early by Lieutenant Colonel Mara, so that he had no reserve at the critical moment. Besides this reserve, he says that he also kept 400 men on the peninsula behind the town. To sum up, Bosco admits that 2,500 men were under his orders in the plain in front of the castle, of which 1,600 were in the front line and the remaining 900 the reserve, and that the reserve was all taken into action by Lieutenant Colonel Mara. Above in the castle was a garrison of 1,000 infantry and gunners. The latter fired effectively at the Garibaldini when they reached the bridge, and there were 400 more cacciatori in the peninsula not engaged. The Garibaldini, whom Bosco reported sometimes at 8, sometimes at 12,000, did not on July 20th reach more than 5,700 at the highest serious estimate, and were probably nearer 4,000 or 5,000. The best Garibaldian writers generally calculate the total as 4,000, or as high as 5,500 or 5,700. It is impossible to tell which is nearest the truth on account of the absence of any official statistics, and on account of the variety in the estimates made of the various bodies of irregulars from North Italy and Sicily, of which the army was composed. Each of these bodies was usually called a battalion, but no battalion contained over 900 men, and some were as low as 300 or less. The following table, which mentions, I believe, every one of these bodies present at the Battle of Milazzo, will at least serve to show the difficulty of calculating the numbers of the Garibaldian army. From these lists I should be inclined to place it somewhere between the two estimates of 4,000 and 5,500. Medici's force, with which he left Palermo, numbered 1,800 men according to Medici. Dune's Sicilians numbered 600. Spici's so-called Salieri battalion, 400 men. Genoese Carabineers, 82 or 85, or 150. Cortes' Gaeta battalion numbered 500 men, or 600, according to Medici. 900 was the number of the original expedition from Genoa, captured at Gaeta, but some remained at Genoa after the return from Gaeta. Paird's company, revolving rifles, too small ever to be called a battalion, was 30 according to Nelson's manuscript. Sprovieri's battalion, 300 or 400. Vaccheri's battalion, 300. Borelli's and Mantovani's half-battalions, Carrero's Sicilians, Guerzoni's Sicilians. No estimate is anywhere given of the numbers of these four bodies, but they were spoken of as quite small. Carrero's men fought hard and had no casualties in the battle. Besides these bodies engaged in the battle, there were Fabrici's 300 Sicilians who were not on the field at all, but were sent to guard the road from Messina against a possible attack by the 5th Cacciatori, who were occupying Gesso and Rizzo. Cavalry. Garibaldi had none. Bosco had a squadron who played an important part on both wings. Artillery. Against Bosco's mountain battery of 8 pieces, all of which did great execution, and over 40 pieces of different kinds mounted on the castle walls, Garibaldi had 2 ridiculous pieces, dragged by hand, which were brought into action late in the day on the bridge for a few minutes, and withdrawn as useless. But the cannon on the Tucuri assisted him towards the close of the day. 3. Losses. There are no precise statistics, but the best informed Garibaldian authorities estimate their loss in killed and wounded on July 20th at 750 or 800. Medici 29, Mistrali's Daen 622, Rusto 219, Peaggia 56, calculates 800 and gives an interesting list of those tended in Barcelona. Times, August 4th, page 10, column 4. Mengini 225, Cremona manuscript, Carrassi. The Neapolitan loss everyone agreed to have been much less. Bosco placed it as low as 116 killed and wounded. But Cronaca, 208, he also mentions 31 missing, besides a dozen more killed and wounded. It may be noted that the Genoese Carabineers had 44 men killed or wounded in the battle, out of a total of 85. Cortes' Gaeta battalion lost 14 or 17 out of 30 or 32 officers. End of Appendix F. Appendix G of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Date of landings in Calabria. 1. The date of Garibaldi's landing. Bixio's dispatch, by a slip of the pen, gives the date of the crossing as the night of August 19th, 20th, whereas it was really the night of August 18th and 19th. This has misled many historians, since, for example, the author of Torres Division 132, Castellini, page 52, note 2, and De Cesare himself. Bixio, in fact, makes his own error patent to anyone who reads his dispatch with special care, for the dispatch is not consistent with itself. He says that they entered Reggio before dawn on August 21st, after having passed the Calabria 2 full days with a night in between them. Not only Bixio, but Garibaldi and other members of the expedition agree that after landing at dawn, they spent first 1 whole day, then 1 whole night, and then another whole day before making the night attack on Reggio. That attack was made on the night of August 20th and 21st after midnight. Therefore, they must have landed at dawn on August 19th, not at dawn on August 20th. That they crossed in the night of August 18th, landing at dawn on August 19th, is expressly stated by the following first-hand authorities. Mengini, 451, Paired Manuscript Journal, August 18th, 19th. Erabini, Section 2, page 100 and 101, Duran-Breger 171, Times, August 25, page 9, column 5, where the correspondent writing on August 19th describes the departure from Giardini on the previous evening, the 18th. Castellini 52, text the modern note being in error, and the Neapolitan dispatches of the date P&L 45 and 46, which alone would be conclusive. But once the inconsistency in Bixio's dispatch has been detected, and the necessary emendation made, it may be said that all the first-hand authorities who give any dates at all agree that the landing was at dawn of August 19th. The second-hand authorities are mostly wrong, having followed the error in Bixio's dispatch. 2. Date of Cosenz landing. Cosenz crossed from Faro at Favazina at dawn on August 22nd, according to Orsini, 53, on August 20th, according to Masson, 44. Both are wrong. He landed on the morning of August 21st, while Garibaldi was taking Reggio. This is proved by the date of the Neapolitan dispatches in P&L 52 and 56, by Morizzani 105, Mangini 276, and Times, September 4th, page 7, column 3. Some of these authorities describe the flotilla as starting overnight, others at dawn, others not till 8 in the morning. The Times says that the boats left the Faro in 2 batches, which may partly account for this inconsistency. What is certain is that Cosenz's force landed at Favazina on the morning of August 21st. End of Appendix G. Appendix H of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Immediate causes of the evacuation of Salerno. The decision to recall the troops from Salerno was taken, according to Disivo, Section 5, page 39, and Franchi, Section 1, page 113, not earlier than the evening of September 5th, and in consequence of the complaints of Marshal Rivera at Salerno, to the effect that Garibaldi would assail him the next day, and he was afraid of being captured in his bed. This is valuable as indicating that Marshal Rivera's complaints of the situation at Salerno influenced the decision at Naples. But the hour is not perhaps quite accurate. The telegram from the Commander-in-Chief in Naples to Marshal Rivera, ordering him to retreat from Salerno, is dated Naples 2 a.m., presumably September 5th. Whether the hour of this important telegram is correctly printed or not, it is certain that the actual retreat was begun in time for the Garibaldini to hear news of it, whilst at dinner at Ueleta on the 5th. It appears therefore that the final decision to abandon Naples and to withdraw Rivera from Salerno was taken in the morning of September 5th, as a result of the telegrams, alarums, and excursions of the night of September 4th and 5th, during which night a last reunion of ministers was held at night until dawn, and during which Forbes and Galena were pouring their false telegrams into Naples and Salerno. One of these is printed in Monnier, page 273. Galena 2, name of recipient not given. Eboli, 1:30 a.m., September 5th. Caldarelli's brigade has passed over to Garibaldi. 4,000 men commanded by Tour have landed at Sapri. Other landings will be effected nearer to us. In Forbes 225, the Arrivabene, Section 2, 168, Galenga's other telegram to Uola in Naples is given thus: Eboli, 11:30 p.m. Garibaldi has arrived with 5,000 of his own men and 5,000 Calabresi are momentarily expected. Disembarkations are expected in the Bay of Naples and Gulf of Salerno tonight. I strongly advise you to withdraw the garrison from the latter place without delay, or they will be cut off. And let me beg of you as a personal friend but a political enemy to abandon a sinking cause which must be your ruin. Forbes 226 writes, On my subsequent arrival at Naples, I learned from one of the ex-ministers that the fact of the telegram being addressed to Uola by a private friend was what gave color to the whole proceeding. Paird's telegram sent the same night, September 4th and 5th, to Salerno, are also said to have caused Marshal Rivera to write to Naples, demanding his own withdrawal from a position which he regarded as untenable. Di Martino, then Minister of Francis II, told Arrivabene that such was the effect produced by Paird's telegram. Also, in Revels d'Ancona 65, we read a letter of Revel's dated October 23, 1860, Isernia, setting down what a Bourbon officer just captured there had told him. The evidence seems first-hand and quite unprejudiced, as Revel knows nothing about Paird or his adventures. The Bourbon officer, so Revel writes, related to him that in the first days of September he was with General Scotti at Salerno to resist the advance of Garibaldi, when he received a telegram from the head of the Gendarmerie at Eboli, which announced the imminent arrival of Garibaldi with 3,000 troops and 4,000 insurgents, and the defection of Caldarelli's brigade which had joined the Garibaldini. Scotti feared the attack of such superior forces and still more the contact of Caldarelli's men with his own as the harbinger of future defection. Sent the news to the ministers, proposing to retire on Nocera or Nola if there were enough men in Naples. The ministry sent him orders to retire to Nola and thence to Capua. Later on he learnt that the telegram had been sent by a staff officer of Garibaldi's under the false signature of the gendarme as a stratagem of war, but he was so preoccupied that he had not thought of verifying it. This explains how Garibaldi came to enter Salerno, then Naples. As a matter of fact, it was not Scotti, but Rivera who was in command at Salerno, though oddly enough Paird at the time thought he was telegraphing to Scotti. In Monnier 273, the following telegram of Rivera is printed. Salerno, September 4th, 11 in the evening. The electric wire between Eboli and Salerno is broken. The two non-commissioned officers returning from Calabria have brought the news that the main body of Garibaldian revolutionists and the Caldarelli brigade have reached Auletta. I am sending by rail the two non-commissioned officers, Niambergo of the 15th line and Guida of the 4th, to see Colonel Anzani. This telegram is at first sight puzzling. It shows indeed that the exaggerated rumors about the defection of Caldarelli's brigade and the false rumors of the close propinquity of Garibaldi and his men due to Paird's game at Auletta and Eboli reached Marshal Rivera and deeply affected him. But it says nothing of any telegram from Eboli as the source of this information, which is attributed to two Bourbon sergeants, and the wire from Eboli is said to be broken an hour before midnight. But the explanation is clear. Rivera at Salerno wrongly thought that the wire was broken, because after Paird's entry into Eboli, the telegraph official was being brought before Paird, and the Eboli office was no longer being served. Paird's telegrams begin to pour into Salerno half an hour later, for the date of Gallenga's telegram to Ulla is 11:30 that night, and his telegram to the other friend in Naples is as late as 1:30 the next morning. Paird's and Gallenga's telegrams were therefore sent off shortly before and shortly after midnight. This is quite consistent with Paird's and Forbes' account of the matter, as they say that they did not enter Eboli until after dark, 9 o'clock according to Paird, 11 o'clock according to Forbes. In short, Rivera at Salerno, soon after the time, 11 o'clock, when he had declared the wire from Eboli to be broken, found the communication restored and received the telegrams dictated by Paird. End of Appendix H. Appendix J of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Numbers of the armies on the Volturno. 1. The Bourbon forces. A. Total Bourbon force north of the Volturno. The late Senator General Primerano, who in 1860 was an officer in the Bourbon army, told me that there must have been 50,000 behind the Volturno, including the garrisons of Gaeta and Capua. After the reorganization behind the Volturno, the regiments, he said, were very full, often amounted to 300 each, viz. 3 battalions of 1,000 each. This impression is fully borne out by the following calculation based on Bourbon authorities only. Losses on October 1st and 2nd, killed and prisoners only, not wounded, 2,500. Taken in Capua on November 2nd, 11 or 8,000. Interned in Papal States November 8th, 17,000. Took part in subsequent defense of Gaeta, 21,000. These four categories are mutually exclusive and added together give a total of 50,000. If we consider that nearly 1,000 more were captured with Scotti near Isernia on October 20th, and that at least some others must have disbanded, unaccounted for under any of these categories, it will seem rather an underestimate to place the total force north of the Volturno at 50,000. The names of a large number of the regiments of which this force was composed will be found in Franchi, Section 2, pages 260 and 61, 271 through 276, 328 through 329. B. The total force engaged in the battle of October 1st and 2nd. Here is perhaps more uncertainty. We can, however, calculate von Mitchel's force, the Bourbon left wing, accurately. The Swiss who attacked Bixio at Maddaloni numbered 3,000, and Ruiz men who took Castelmaroni and Caserta Vecchia on October 1st and lost 2,000 prisoners on October 2nd numbered 5,000, enumerated by Ruiz himself. This brings von Mitchel's force, the Bourbon left wing, to 8,000, as Ruiz himself tells us. It is far more difficult to estimate the Bourbon right wing under Tabacci and Afan de Rivera and Rutici himself, which attacked San Angelo, San Maria, and San Tamaro. There is no authoritative statement like that of Ruiz for the other wing. Decivo, Section 4, page 184 and 189, puts it at 4,500 against San Maria and 4,500 against San Angelo, and 1,500 cavalry reserve plus 2 squadrons of cavalry and cannon against San Tamaro, equals about 11,000 in all. But this is likely to be an underestimate, just as the Garibaldian calculations, not quoted here, are likely to be overestimates. Some attempt at real calculation can be made from the official figures given by Franchi, where we find that this wing acknowledged a loss in killed and wounded of 1,000, and beyond all doubt it consists of 5 regiments and 8 battalions of infantry, 8 regiments of cavalry and dragoons, and 7 batteries of artillery, for every one of these made a return of losses under fire on October 1st. See Franchi, Section 2, page 260. In view of General Primerano's statement as to the fullness of the regiments and battalions, it is difficult to see how 5 regiments plus 8 battalions of infantry plus 8 regiments of cavalry could be much below 20,000, and indeed it would be over 30,000 if every battalion and regiment of infantry was really up to strength. But if we put the Bourbon right wing tentatively at 20,000 and the left confidently at 8,000, we get 28,000 in all for the battle of October 1st and 2nd. In view of the official document printed in Franchi, Section 2, page 260, and Ruiz's statement, I think 28,000 is a fair estimate. 2. The Garibaldian forces. A. Total of Garibaldian forces in Sicily and the mainland. We have official evidence that at the time of the disbanding of Garibaldi's forces in November, 50,000 were paid off, viz. 7,000 in Sicily and 43,000 in the mainland. But of these 43,000 on the mainland, only a third, so Garibaldi declared, were ever under fire. For with regard to the 43,000, we must remember that 1. Many were enrolled during October after the battle had been fought. 2. Many regiments, even at the time of the break-up of the forces in November, were only in the process of formation and had never been actually under arms. 3. These new enrollments in the autumn were going on principally in Calabria, Apulia, and Basilicata, far from the scene of action. 4. The grand total includes everyone in Garibaldi's pay, viz. All the troops doing garrison and patrol work in Naples and the provinces. 5. The grand total was composed at least half of irregular bands, forces raised by private persons, local militia, etc. 6. A large part of the nominal force was fraudulent. Men put down their names merely to draw food and pay, or to be able to swagger about in uniform. Garibaldi's own words were 1/3 were present in the hour of battle, and the other 2/3 only at payday and the dinner hour. There is therefore no reason to suppose, on account of the grand total of 43,000 on the mainland and 7,000 in Sicily, that more than 20,000 men were ever at the front on the Volturno. Of the 20,000 volunteers from North Italy, the backbone of the force, many were in hospital and more in garrison or patrol work in the provinces. But it is reasonable to suppose that well over 10,000 Northerners were on the Volturno, and the names of the regiments engaged on October 1st confirm this view. B. Total force of Garibaldini engaged on October 1st. This is almost as difficult to calculate as the number of their opponents. I think it is agreed on all hands that, except at the arches of the valley, where Bixio had 5,653 men against the 3,000 Swiss, the Garibaldini were outnumbered at all points. In the mountains north of Caserta, Sacchi had 1,800 men, very slightly engaged, and Bronzetti at Castelmaroni had 283, who managed to delay for 4 hours the advance of Ruiz' 5,000. San Maria and San Angelo and all those regions on the Garibaldian left were defended against an attack of 5 regiments and 8 battalions of infantry and several thousand cavalry, probably not less than 20,000 of all arms, and possibly far more. The Garibaldian force in this part of the field, which was, all agree, outnumbered, consisted of the men under Medici, defending San Angelo, the men under Milbitz defending San Maria and the first San Tamaro, and the reserves under Tours, brought up from Caserta to San Maria as the day went on. Corte, in command of some Lucanians and Aversa, took no more part in the battle and is not therefore to be counted. The most probable enumeration of the Garibaldian forces in the battle of October 1st seemed to me as follows. Under Bixio at Maddaloni, 5,653 men. Bronzetti at Castelmaroni, 283. Sacchi at San Luicio, 1,800. Medici at San Angelo, 4,000. Milbitz at San Maria and San Tamaro, 3,000. Tours at Caserta, 5,600. This provides a total of 20,336. Therefore, if I had to guess at the numbers engaged on October 1st, I should say 20,000 Garibaldini and 28,000 Royalists. C. Garibaldian force on October 2nd, and Piedmontese assistance. In the fighting on October 2nd, Stocco's Calabrians and the Piedmontese Bersaglieri also took part, having arrived at Caserta from Naples after the end of the fighting on October 1st. There had been several score of Piedmontese gunners helping to serve the guns at San Maria and San Angelo on October 1st, but no infantry, as had been sometimes erroneously alleged. The regular infantry only came up for the fighting of October 2nd near Caserta. They consisted of 2 companies of Bersaglieri and 2 companies of the 1st Regiment of the Brigata del Re. This is proved not only by all Garibaldian sources, but by the only official Piedmontese source, the reports printed in Mamor's Store Mill, Section 1, pages 52 through 55. These troops had been sent to the Bay of Naples on board Persano's ships as early as August, when Cavour hoped they might be useful if a spontaneous revolution took place in Naples before Garibaldi's arrival. End of Appendix J. Appendix K of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Numbers in the Castelfidardo campaign. 1. North Italian Army. A. Total force. General Fanti says that his army consisted of 33,000 men all told. This was the total expeditionary force that liberated the Marches and Umbria. and includes Della Rocca's and Cialdini's corps. B. Present at Battle of Castelfidardo. The official return, with full details of every regiment, etc., given in Castelfidardo, page 34, 68-71, is as follows. Present on the field, 16,449 officers and men, plus 42 cannon. Effectively engaged, 4,880 men and 14 cannon, viz. 9th and 10th Line, 11th, 12th, and 26th Bersaglieri, Regiment of Lancers of Novara and Artillery. Losses, 62 killed, 140 wounded. The 10th Line bore about three-quarters of these losses. 2. Papal Army. The exact enumeration of Lamoriciere's army is more difficult, because there is discrepancy between the statements of the Papal generals as to the numbers they commanded and the statements of the Piedmontese generals as to the number of prisoners they took. A. Total of Lamoriciere's force. This may be calculated in three sections: the field army, the small garrisons, and the garrison of Ancona. 1. Field army. 8,000 bayonets and 300 artillery, says Lamoriciere himself. 2. Small garrisons. Lamoriciere says 20 companies, say 3,000 men, certainly not an overestimate, seeing that 1,500 were taken in Perugia alone. 3. Garrison of Ancona. Lamoriciere puts it at 2 battalions, but Quattrobarbis, the governor of the place during the siege, tells us he had, towards the end of the siege, 600 sick or wounded and 3,500 combatants. This official estimate of 4,100 for the garrison of Ancona is the lowest possible. Of these, less than 50 were refugees from the field army brought in by Lamoriciere after the battle of Castelfidardo. The Piedmontese assert that they counted 6,000 men and 348 officers as prisoners when the place surrendered. Accepting these data, we arrive at a total of 15,000 or 17,000 men for the whole force commanded by Lamoriciere. This is, I think, a more exact estimate than that of de Cesar, who makes the total only 11,000, accepting Lamoriciere's underestimate of the garrison of Ancona and not noticing Quattrobarbis' admission that he had 4,100 soldiers in Ancona. In the clerical life of de Merode, the total is put at 18,000, and Fanti says, possibly with exaggeration, that he took 17,000 to 18,000 prisoners. It is admitted that he took all Lamoriciere's army in the field and in fortresses, except 2,000 or 3,000 men. B. Present at Battle of Castelfidardo. Of the field army of 18,000 bayonets and 300 artillery, the very great majority were present at the decisive battle, though not nearly all were effectively engaged. The Bulletin of the Pontifical Army, published in Castelfidardo, pages 85-87, estimates those present at 6,550, Lamoriciere's own division being 3,500 and Piedmont's 3,050. Lamoriciere's 20 reduces these totals and makes the whole force present 4,600, but the bulletin is most likely to be right. It is quite certain that 3,094 prisoners, mostly foreigners, had been taken by September 20th, and the statement of Orero and Fanti that 3,000 more, chiefly native Italians, disbanded after the battle, of whom 2,000 more were captured piecemeal in the following week, is probably not far from the truth. End of Appendix K. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. End of Garibaldi and the Making of Italy by George Macaulay Trevelyan.